going to have some ideas of their own of what the earnings picture is going to look like under various scenarios, but they don't have enough certainty to say outright, I wouldn't be putting guidance out right now. So I think it makes sense.
Are you skewed more diversified? I know you're skewed more active management, like an R squared away from a usual index number, but do you concentrate on Microsoft and other Sarah Hunt successes, or do you spread it out in an uncertain way?
So what does success look like then for us? Success for us looks like I've got a good balance sheet, I've got good cash flow. There's a lot of those big companies in the tech space. There are a lot of other companies that can do that. Those are the ones that will have flexibility to make those adjustments.
Yeah, Paul, I got to sell this. I'm sorry. Last night I got a beverage of choice in my hands. Afterthoughts bother me. And what do I do when Apple comes out?
Yeah.
You go to apple.com, investor relations,
yeah,
and they have a beautiful PDF. How strange, how quaint. They're 4 accounting statements.
Right.
And you actually read them line by line,
yeah,
like Sarah Hunt reads them. Folks, that's the way you do this. You don't do this with punditry and barons on a Saturday.
On a Saturday. Sarah, how about in the fixed income world here? That was a wacky time a few weeks ago in the Treasury market. What are we doing in the world of fixed income?
Well, it's still someplace, it's still something that you want in your portfolio for a lot of people, right? A lot of people are looking for that balance. And now that you actually have interest rates after a decade of no interest rates, it's very rare to see a portfolio that can't use some fixed income. The volatility was the biggest issue. And I think that that is one of those things that for most people, if you're holding fixed income, you're holding it for the long term. So you bought something at a coupon, you're flipping that coupon. You're not trading it every day, but those intraday moves were very much, I think, problematic for the equity markets as well, and also reminded people that even though fixed income is an asset class that should be more stable, it has moments where that stability is difficult to figure out.
Do you stay with the Treasury market, maybe the 3 to 5s is what I hear, or do you take some credit risk out there?
I think it's tough to take too much duration, although to the extent that the market's starting to price in cuts, maybe the 10-year and maybe the belly of the curve is not a bad place to be. But I think that there's a lot of question as to whether or not those cuts are recessionary cuts or because we have to just even things out and get to a more neutral level. So I think right now you don't want to go too far out because there's risk in going too far. But I think you want to be careful about where you are. And I think that middle isn't such a bad place right now.
What are your clients doing? I mean, within, I'm going to call it a sophisticated retail. The dichotomy here, I've never seen a retail like, okay, we're here, we'll get through this, and institutionals have a total mental breakdown. How do you handle that?
Well, I think that the institutions are far more levered than the individuals tend to be, right? So one of the reasons that they have that issue is because when you start seeing that volatility and you have higher amounts of leverage, that makes it very difficult to do stuff. From an individual standpoint, that's less likely. And if you're an individual, you want to make sure you've got enough liquidity on hand to deal with whatever your needs are. And then longer term, you can look at that and say, I'm going to be here for the long picture.
But this is great. An equity brief around Jobs Day.
Exactly, perfect.
How unique, Sarah Hunt. Thank you so much. What a trooper. Greatly appreciate it with Alpine. Greatly appreciate it this morning. All of our economics on the Jobs Day and each and every day of Bloomberg surveillance is brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors that are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms. With a partner dedicated to your success, go to commonwealth.com to learn how. What a day from the ports of Los Angeles and Gene Soroka over here. Adam Posen, thank you so much from the Peterson Institute. And around this Jobs Day, a celebration of the market, futures up 20-ish, now up 56. Dow futures up 373. Look at the VIX of 20. Could you believe if we had a strong afternoon, a VIX of 19?
That'd be nice.
That would be like...
You know what I'm noticing, Tom? We have a lot of guests in studio for a Friday.
For Friday.
What does it take?
They're scared stiff.
Coming back, great friend and mentor, Newt Gingrich, former Speaker of the House, and of course, Fox News contributor. Newt, thanks for doing this. I want to talk Medicaid with you in a moment or two. But in the beginning, I want to talk about the 100 days, first 100 days. Your column, Trump's Wild Ride Will Transform America. And mine was just promises made promises kept. But the point is, I think, Newt, look, he's doing what folks elected him to do. I mean, he's a disruptor, he's a transformer, he's a change agent. He's also got a lot of good common sense, and he knows how to wheel and deal and negotiate. But he's doing what people want. He's taking on the elites. He's fighting all these entrenched institutions. He is doing what folks want him to do, Newt. That's the thing. I mean, that's the way I see it. What you think?
Well, I mean, the problem from the standpoint of the elites is that the American people think overwhelmingly that the system is corrupt. They want it changed. They want spending cut. Well, if you're the old order, these are horrifying ideas. Now, it's true, not only did President Trump win, Republicans hold the Senate, they hold the House. The country at large agrees with most of his policies. I mean, look at the numbers that, what was it last month? 9 people crossed the border illegally in the South, 99.9% decline in illegal immigration across the southern border. That's what people wanted. They want the government shaken up. Well, they're working at it pretty hard. They're going to want those tax cuts in that big, beautiful bill. They'll probably get it. And they're for shaking up, frankly, the world order. I think there's a general American consensus that the system as it had evolved was increasingly looting America, rigging the game economically, rigging the game militarily, and making the American taxpayer and the American worker suffer on behalf of the rest of the world. So Trump, in that sense, represents a profound reshaping. I tell everybody, you have to look at Jefferson, Jackson, Lincoln, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Trump, if he succeeds, and it's not done yet, but if he does succeed, will be the 5th great change agent in American history, and that's pretty darn remarkable.
Think of it. One way to think of it is, you know, a blue-collar worker who might be building a new factory, okay, where the whole factory can be written off in year 1 on expensing. I mean, that's how much the tax incentives are going to help, all right? If that you think that blue-collar worker cares if Harvard University loses $2 billion because of their anti-Semitism? I say the blue-collar workers rooting for Trump and against Harvard.
Well, he does care, but it's happening. Look, I think the American people, the numbers we get at the America's New Majority Project, where we do polling every month, 80-something% of the country is sick of left-wing ideas. And it's kind of wild to watch AOC wandering around the country. She's speaking for about 15 to 17% of the country. The rest of the country's fed up with it. They think Harvard's too big, too rich, too arrogant, too left-wing, and in all too many cases, too anti-American. So they're actually with Trump and taking on the big universities.
The other thing is, I mean, we always talk about the big, beautiful bill, tax cuts, deregulation, energy production, and so forth. But you know what? If I may be blunt, Donald Trump has put God back into American society. He's put religion back into American society. He has created a new White House Office of Faith, for example. And he talks a lot about religious freedom, you know, those things. But I mean, it's something right out of William F. Buckley, God and Man at Yale. You know, you can't have a country, you can't have a society succeed if you don't adhere to Judeo-Christian principles. I would argue that in his first 100 days alone, much less the campaign, Mr. Trump has put God back into society, and it's a very good thing, dude.
Well, I think that's true, but I'd also point out when he really understood that it was providential that he moved his head at the only possible second to avoid being killed, and then realized about a month later somebody else tried to kill him. I think, I know from talking to Speaker Johnson, who prayed with him after that second event, I think Trump is probably profoundly more religious today than he was before he went to Butler, Pennsylvania, because it's personal. I mean, I think and he said this sort of in his inaugural address, that God had spared him for a purpose. And you'll remember, both President Reagan and Pope John Paul II had been shot. Both thought and compared notes that they had been spared by God for a purpose. Their purpose was to defeat the Soviet Empire. I think Trump has decided making America great again is the reason that God saved his life.
Well, I think it's shown up, and I think it's a very good thing. We're all blessed for it, and we all benefit from it. On this Medicaid business, one big beautiful bill, we're going to have to cut spending. I'm just reading some notes that you sent me earlier. Well, on the current services baseline, Medicaid goes from 656 billion to 1.03 trillion. So in other words, in the next 10 years, it goes up another 374 billion. Under the Republican plan or the reconciliation bill, Medicaid will still go up, but by 227 billion. So you leave it alone, current services 374 billion. But if you look Republicans, it's still growing by 227 billion. That's still a big number. And I don't see what the harm is in redefining eligibility, particularly with respect to able-bodied people who really should not be eligible for Medicaid. Now, you wrote about this, Newt. This is very important. The question is, will the House and Senate people go along with it?
Look, I think the Republicans have to learn what we learned when we balanced the federal budget for the only 4 times in the last 100 years. You have to have message discipline. It is a fact that the Republican plan increases Medicaid spending. Anybody who suggests that they're cutting it are lying, and the Republicans need to take them head on, whether it's CBO or it's the news media or it's the Democrats. It is a lie to suggest that the Republicans are cutting Medicaid. They are increasing it. In fact, over the decade, they increased it by about 24%. You look at, you named just one example, which is requiring able-bodied single males to actually go to work, which is very popular with the American people. Blocking California from paying for illegal immigrants with Medicaid money, which would be very popular with the American people. Fixing a system, which the Wall Street Journal just reported, has some people registered for Medicaid in 5 states. Now, I mean, who's going to defend that level of corruption and that level of dishonesty? So I do believe that Chairman Guthrie is going to produce a bill at the Energy and Commerce Committee, which is going to do more for people who genuinely need help, reform the things that ought to be reformed, spend at least 24% more on Medicaid. And it turned out in the poll that I sent you, which again came from the America's New Majority Project, when you explain this to people, only 14% of the country regards the Republican increase as a cut. 14%. So the Democrats are going down a road here, which I think will get them beaten badly because they'll be lying. The country will know they're lying. And Republicans just have to calmly and cheerfully say, look, we increase Medicaid spending every year. And then I hope President Trump will go out and campaign in at least 10 congressional districts that Democrats hold that he carried. And if he's out there with 50, 60,000 people per district, he's explaining what I just said. We're going to win big this summer.
All right. We'll leave it there. Great Newt Gingrich. Thank you.
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell. I am doing a live stream on Rumble, YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and simulcasting on X Spaces. We're doing the live stream on May 2nd. Today is a big news day for the financial markets because job data comes out, and that job data was positive. So the chances of the Federal Reserve lowering interest rates anytime soon is almost zero. And it probably will show a decent rally today, all right? Now, trading hasn't begun in New York yet, but the futures, the S&P 500 futures are up 64 points. VIX is trading at 22.64. That's good. Having it below 20 would be very positive for equities. Euro USD is trading at 1.13. Oil is trading below $60 a barrel at 59.16. BITO is trading at 20.42. I believe Bitcoin is trading at about 96,000, almost 97,000. And USD Japanese yen is trading at 144.65. Like I've been saying, if we start seeing a Japanese yen at 145, 148, that's great because there's less stress in international markets. If we break 140 and go below for the USD Japanese yen, then that's showing stress in the market and you see elevated VIX. index and a depression in or a depressed price for the S&P 500. So keep that in mind. Today looks like a rally day. That's what it looks like. Now, Trump could say anything and it could end up tanking the market, but I think today will be actually a good trading day, especially because of the job data that's coming out, and I'm sure the White House is going to bolster, that data through rhetoric, saying how great the economy is moving forward with certain policies. Now, the economists are going to say, well, hold on, these trade shocks haven't really gone into the economy yet, and we may see some decline. Now, remember, the GDP numbers came out earlier this week. GDP was less growth, wasn't negative, but it was less growth. It was at 0.3. So there is some slowing down that's taking place. But many economists were saying that it was going to be in the negative. So the reality of the situation is things are stable. Now, you don't want to just look at economic data. You want to actually see what traders are doing and what institutional investors are doing, because that's forward looking. Now, if they really think the economy is going to tank, where there's going to be further sell-off in the S&P 500, why are there inflows going into S&P 500 ETFs or broad index ETFs, or more money flowing into individual tech stocks? And again, like I said, the Bitcoin seems to be positively correlated to equities. Now, there could be an argument to be made that it's correlated to equities that are tied to tech. But I'm just looking at the broad index, and Bitcoin is trading with a positive correlation to equities. All right, at this moment in time, that correlation could break down, like I said, but things look pretty good today. So we'll see what happens with the news, because Trump's administration is event risk when it comes to the markets, big time, for the positive or for the negative. He could say something that's very positive and the market could rally 200 points. Or he could say something negative and it could tank 300 points, right? So I'm talking about the S&P 500. I'm not talking about the Dow. The Dow would fluctuate even more in terms of price, absolute points. But the point that I'm making here is we're in an event risk environment. And depending on what Trump says, depends on where the market goes. So if it seems relatively positive, news coming out of his administration, we're going to see an equity market climbing. Now, people have been following me for a long time, but recently, especially when there was a big sell-off, the last 4 weeks, it looks like we saw the bottom at 4,800 and around that 4,810, just above that. I think it was like 4,820 or whatever. But we saw the bottom. So if you paid attention to me and bought in a little bit throughout the 4 weeks, you're benefiting. You've gained quite a bit of return just with that new money deployed to where we're at right now. Okay, so where are the support levels? The support levels are the psychological support level is at 5,500. There is a structural FIB support level at 5,150 and 4,810. There is a resistance level right now at about 5,750. All right, it's not a FIB structural resistance level barrier. It's more of a psychological one. All right. Part of the reason is that when the market was starting to go down, people were buying into that declining market, and the market bounced up a little bit and touched off of the 5,750 and then failed and then started further decline. So this is the reason why the 5,750 is a barrier. And we have to see if that will will break. We're trade in equity futures. Equity futures. It's at 5,690. All right. So we're not that far away. It is possible that we see breaking 5,750 today or Monday, depending on what the administration says. If that does happen, there's further probability that we saw the bottom 4 weeks ago. So if you're not on this train and trying to accumulate some shares in the broad indexes, you're missing out. If you start listening to podcasters or YouTubers that are saying the sky was falling, I didn't take that track. I said, buy into the market. Don't bet against the United States. A lot of these YouTubers or podcasters, people that have large followings, said that the dollar was going to go down and the treasury market's going to go down, the equity market's going to go down, and Americans' prowess is faltering, and we're going to be going into a major sell-off. It's like Lehman or like the crisis in 2020. And I said, no. You had dislocation of markets for a couple days because of a high VIX index in the 50s, which is normal. And then it went back to normal. It went back to normal trading correlations. And then I say, well, money's flowing out of the United States. Really? If money was flowing out of the United States, why are we approaching an all-time high on the S&P 500? The all-time high is 6,130, somewhere in there. We're probably going to hit today or Monday 5,750. We're not that far away from an all-time high. If you listen to what I said, you would have made money. Just like if you listen to what I say, you will improve your health. I'm not wrong. I'm probably one of the most accurate people that you listen to. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. I told you how to make money for free. All these videos I do are for free. The telemetry, all this stuff is for free. But the social contract of that is that you help support my work in many different ways. I tell you information that helps with your health and your finances and give you my perspective of international policy and news and domestic policy and news for free. And you help support my work by making sure you subscribe to my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Make sure you subscribe to all those. Share the links. Ask your social media to follow me. Because again, I'm the most accurate. If you listen to some of these other clowns that are telling you about the market, they've got it wrong. Most of them got it wrong. And if you paid attention, just do the math. 5,700 minus 4,810. All right, let's do the math together. 5,700 minus 4,810. That's 890 points since that 4-week crash, right? If you listened to me within 4 weeks, you would have earned 18% on your money. That's how it works. That's how it works. If you listen to me, the money that you deployed when I told you to deploy, you earned roughly 18%. If you nibbled as it was going up, it'll be a little bit less. It'd probably be closer to 15%. It depends on when you deployed the money. While everyone else was telling you, get out, get out, get out. Well, the sky's falling. If you listen to me, you would have made money. All right. With that, please help support my work. Go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. Again, it's through the donations and the paid membership that allows me to do thousands of videos for free. that tells you about all these different things that are kind of important with your life, such as your finance, what's going on with the world, and what's going on with your health, and how to improve it. I give you solutions. I don't just pontificate. So help support my work by donating. You can also purchase the products that I have. I have lots of products. We're going to go over how to stack them to improve your health. This is a protocol, a health protocol that I do every day. All right. I'm in my 50s. Do I look 50? No. All right. But a lot of these, people that you listen to, they're younger or maybe a little bit older than me, but they don't look healthy at all. Makes you wonder. All right. I do what I tell you. I actually do what I tell you to do. All right. And it works. You just have to follow the protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work. All right. Pay attention. You'll make money. You'll get healthy. It's that simple. It's that simple. That's the social contract between my viewership and myself. All right. You get free stuff. You get free information on how to make money and how to get healthy. And you help support my work by purchasing the products and helping spread the word. Ask your social media to follow me. All right. With that said, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Money. And that was what created the first Trump economic boom, and it's what will help create the second Trump economic boom as well.
Stephen, just a final word on the Federal Reserve that we made. The president's been outspoken, as you know. He said we should reduce interest rates. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, made the argument that look at where the front end of the yield curve is right now, the 2-year trading below Fed funds. That's evidence that this market thinks we're too tight and the Fed should cut rates. I just wonder from your perspective how you'd weigh in. Do you think this complicates the optics for the Federal Reserve? Does it make it harder for them to ease over the next several months?
Sure. So, I think everyone's entitled to an opinion on interest rates and where they should be. And the president actually has a pretty good track record of his opinions. He was right in 2018, 2019 that inflation wasn't an issue and that interest rates were too high. And eventually consensus came around to his view. And again, he was right in 2021 that interest rates were too low and inflation was coming back big time. And again, consensus came around to his view. So everyone's entitled to an opinion on these matters. I think the president has a great track record on them, as does Secretary Bessent, who has a fabulous track record as an investor on these subjects. And everyone's entitled to their view. As to whether it interferes with the things you're talking about, I don't think so. I think the track record of the Federal Reserve speaks for itself.
Stephen, can I just say, I really wanted to catch up with you. I did this for free. No overtime, okay? But I take the tax break. I will take the tax break. Stephen, thank you, sir.
Well,
Stephen
the tax break is coming.
Thank you, sir. The chairman of the council.
John Farrell there was Stephen Marin at the White House.
Yeah.
Farrell gets paid by the adjective.
Oh, I know.
He has to give back money when he gets an adverb. But if he has an adjective, a syllable, Farrell cashes a check. Overtime there for John Farrell and Emery Horton with very controversial Stephen Marin. He's out of Boston University as well. Bloomberg surveillance this morning. We're brought to you by IBKR across the nation. IBKR, will the U.S. Consumer Sentiment Index exceed 70 in April 2025? And IBKR forecast trade of the yes was recently at 29%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. Last trading day for the contract is May 13th. Paul, the employment in Manhattan increases. Mike Sullivan did what you dream of in New England as a hockey kid. Boston College High School.
Wow.
Then on to Boston University.
Yep.
He scored a game-winning beanpot goal as a kid. And then he made history with the Pittsburgh Penguins. He was hired mid-season and had the modest ability to win a Stanley Cup.
All right, non-farm payroll for April, 177,000 month-over-month increase in payrolls. The estimate was 138,000. So the economy is actually more robust. Unemployment is still at 4.2%, which is actually below normal trend. And this is part of the reason why it doesn't look like the Federal Reserve is going to lower rates. I think they're going to hold rates because they're not sure if the tariff policy is going to be inflationary. It might not be, actually. We just don't know. All right. It could be. Theoretically, it should be. But it's possible there is a smaller probability that it doesn't become inflationary. or it may be inflationary in only certain categories. And you may actually see disinflation in other categories. A big driver, though, is what's the cost of food and energy during this transitionary point with the negotiations with these trade agreements. But every time there's a positive news about trade agreements with these countries, it's going to be accelerant for the S&P 500. So it's almost like, if anyone understands about how electricity works, you have to build capacity, all right? And once you build capacity, you can discharge that capacity. And Trump, through the tariffs, this tariff war with these multiple countries, I don't know, 70 countries, 60 countries, whatever it is, but all these countries that are in tariff territory, right, with us, it's like a capacitor, and it's building up energy. And on the other end of the capacitor is flow of energy that will actually bolster up the equity market. So once we start hearing, oh, there's positive move with, let's say, Japan, or positive move with South Korea or the Philippines, or positive move with UK, every time that happens, it's going to be another flow for institutional investors to put money into equities. So he's building up capacity, and then every time it reaches a certain trade level, certain agreement, boom, there's an energy release up from the capacitor. It's actually ingenious what he did. Now, did he think of it in those terms? Probably not. I don't even think he even knows what a capacitor is. But the thing is, it's gonna work. And this is where the economists just miss it. You don't normally see this in the theoretical economic models and what he's doing. All right? It's something different. It's dealing with street smarts. It's not codified in economic theory. All right. Let's go back to Bloomberg.
But not a recession. That's our base case. Have you guys made any changes to your portfolios over the last 3-4 months?
The first thing for clients who may feel a bit nervous is, we don't do anything in these equity markets, which are incredibly volatile. Having said that, on a matched basis, we've moved from mid-cap to large cap. Why? Mid-cap companies are going to be impacted by the tariffs. Mm-hmm. They're vulnerable.
Yeah,
they don't.
It's really simple. Mid-cap, large cap, mid-cap. There's even another category, super cap. But all right, just go large cap, mid-cap, and small cap. When the economy is faltering a little bit, or there's stress in the system, you want to move into large cap. They usually pay a dividend. Sometimes a more complex portfolio move a little bit of money into treasuries. But you want to be with it's a safer bet for equities moving into large cap. All right. Now, when the economy is moving in a positive direction and it's in a growth phase, or there's a lower VIX index, then you want to start moving more into mid and small cap. And that way you'll get a little bit more beta in the portfolio relative to the benchmark, which is mostly consisted of large cap, right? So if the economy is moving in a growth situation and there's less risk in the market, mid and small cap are better. But in a situation we're in right now, large cap is better. Even in a recession, large cap would be better. Now, if you want to hedge a little bit of that with treasuries, that may be prudent. 65-35 kind of split maybe, or 60-40 split. But that's a little bit more of a sophistication on trying to navigate through this. A more simple way to do it is just invest in the broad index, like the S&P 500. And when you do that, you'll be okay. right? You go into the Russell, now you're exposing yourself with other stocks that are in the mid and small cap. All right, so just keep that in mind, what she was saying there. But in general, the economy is moving forward. I mean, I'm seeing it in the data. I've done this for a long time, and I'm telling you, the data is showing that there's a high probability that we're going to see an all-time high in the S&P 500, as long as nothing crazy comes out of the White House between now and the end of the year.
Nancy, we do our research here. By keeping it in the family, Uncle Haven's nephews, Mike, Nico, and Costa Altavas, are now running the Hoagie Haven business, Princeton.
They haven't raised prices since like 1983 either. It's unbelievable.
But maybe the hooks got a little bit smaller. Nancy Curtin, thank you. So if you have to come back, this private equity valuation thing, I think is really, really interesting. With Altitude, and thank you so much, Nancy Curtin, with us this morning. Futures up 68 right now. Dow futures up 465 points, I should say, 1.21% lift on the NASDAQ. And again, pushing against that Apple and Amazon. We heard that in the Stock Movers broadcast today, with a real focus on Apple, Amazon, and the local Wawa. Yields are higher this morning. The 10-year yield down 4.26%. From New York City, Bloomberg's surveillance. And now the news.
All right. Let me do a quick product plug. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. I tell you how to make money for free. And by the way, if you follow my advice, you're going to get healthy. So let's talk about the structural nano silver soaps that I have. I have structural nano silver soaps that you should be using every day. You can get it in lavender, in peppermint, and in charcoal tea tree, and lemongrass. Get a few bars for your household, help support my work, and help support your health and wellness. Use discount 5, all caps, number 5, you get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you will get a free gift until supplies last. So get the structural nano silver soaps and help support my work. I also want to talk about taking a multivitamin is really important as a foundation. Multivitamins and probiotics as a foundation to build your health protocol. I have a multivitamin that is easy to digest. Many multivitamins are not easy to digest. So take this multivitamin, it's easy to digest, and it has the vitamins that you need as cofactors for enzymatic activity. That will mean that your cells will perform better because the enzymes are going to be performing better in their biochemical process. So take this multivitamin every day, drink it with filtered water. It's a very high quality multivitamin. It's a great foundation to build off of with the other supplements that I offer to build your customized stack, all right? But taking a multivitamin every day is very, very, very important. So please go to my store and get the multivitamin, the easy to digest, and stack it with some of the other supplements that I'll be talking about later. So with that, let's go to O'Leary talking about China.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar.
Welcome back. Beijing is now considering official trade talks with the United States, but it is requesting Washington cancel the unilateral tariff measures first. These tariffs have already taken a toll on Chinese goods. April manufacturing activity in China seeing its sharpest downturn in more than a year. And now the CCP is quietly exempting about a quarter of U.S. imports from tariffs, giving a little olive branch to the U.S. I spoke with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent about it all yesterday. He said China's economy is in big trouble if they do not negotiate with the U.S. Watch.
I I think first there will need to be a de-escalation on these very large tariffs. 145 and 125 are not sustainable on the Chinese side. We saw some very poor GDP numbers out of them, out of China yesterday. We're now seeing very large estimates of job growth loss from 5 to 10 million jobs. So the Chinese economy is slowing down substantially here. So we will likely revisit the purchase agreements that were put together in the first China trade agreement in January of 2020 to make sure that the Chinese are honoring those agreements. And then we are going to push for fair trade with China.
Joining me now is O'Leary Ventures Chairman Kevin O'Leary. Kevin, great to have you this morning. Thanks so much for being here. And I love the fact that you are a China hawk, as I am, because I've seen, all of the bad behavior. I don't think they're going to be floating a surveillance balloon so quickly now with what's going on, but they have been quietly exempting about a quarter of imports, U.S. imports from tariffs. Bloomberg reports that those exempted products include 131 items like pharmaceuticals, industrial chemicals. It's seen as a strategic effort to match Washington's actions in a goodwill way. Kevin, what do you think?
We're at the beginning of a negotiation, but it's, as I've said countless times now, tariffs with China, that's just one item that has to be dealt with. This is now time to call them into account for all the other breaches they've had for decades with the World Trade Organization and also with our IP laws in the U.S. No access to their courts. They have access to our capital markets. We don't have it there. We're forced to get into partnerships in China. We don't force them to do that here. There's so many different levels to fix on this. So I'm very encouraged, as the market is, obviously, that we have this narrative going on and that there is the beginning of a negotiation. But this China deal, Maria, is so different than the rest of the world. It's time to hold them accountable and give them consequences for not playing by the rules. If they want to play with the big boy in the U.S. and become the G8, essentially, they got to play by the rules. And now it's time to say, look, it's not enough just to have these reciprocal tariffs worked out. We need you to play by the rules. And I think we'll get there with them.
Yeah. And by the way, they have made so much progress in their own advancements, and innovation, largely because they stole it, right? I mean, the intellectual property theft has been going on decades, costing hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars to American companies. That's just that in some ways is the small potatoes, because then you've got fentanyl, COVID, and the COVID cover-up, surveillance, and they are, picking it up in terms of surveillance. But as I said, I doubt you're going to see another surveillance balloon coming in, surveilling our military installations while this is all going on. Don't forget the hacking into all of our telecom infrastructure, Kevin. But I want to talk about TikTok. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. There's a pattern, though, Maria, that with China you should be aware of, particularly innovation in America. When a product or service is actually created here, people spend hundreds of millions in R&D. When it hits a $5 million run rate, it gets knocked off. I went there, testified this a few weeks ago. I used an example, a very simple product called DrainWave, which is an innovation in America to help hotel owners reduce plumbing costs by catching hair in drains. It's so simple, but it's a patented product.
Right.
40 knockoffs. 40 knockoffs.
Right.
Put the company out of business.
That's right.
We got to stop this, Yeah,
I had lunch with a friend who was a Chinese national, and she said, patents, come on, what are patents? Nobody has patents. I said, yes, we do. I mean, they don't take it seriously. Look, I'm well aware of it. Years ago, I shared with our audience what John Ratcliffe told me a long time ago, and it's very simple, and this is what it is. This is China's MO. Rob, replicate, replace.
Yep.
Period.
Yep.
Rob, replicate, replace. And that's what they're doing. They rob the information, they replicate the product and the service, and then they come up with another company to replace that American company. And you know who's well aware of it? President Donald J. Trump. And he's not going to handle it anymore. He's not going to allow it. But the clock is ticking on TikTok.
What's the secret to building wealth? Well, people think it's about staring at trading charts for 12 hours a day or jumping from one hot investment to another.
But the clock is ticking on TikTok. You've speculated that there will not be a third ban extension. What is the latest you're hearing? You've wanted to acquire this company. Tell us about it.
Well, there's at least 3 syndicates that want to acquire the company, but we now believe there will not be a third extension because I think attorneys generals in various states are getting restless. We are in breach of the law right now in providing the service. The penalties are $5,000 a day times 172 million accounts. That's about 800 billion annually. So it's time, but it's gotten woven into the trade talks. It looks like it's a bargaining chip. This is a company with a golden share, as many people have figured out what that is. That means Xi only can decide. So it's not really worth discussing it with ByteDance. They don't have a say. Only the Chinese party, and there's many other companies like that, by the way. So people are waking up to the fact that companies really aren't the same in China as they are in other countries. You got to work it out with the supreme leader. So my speculation now, and this is sheerly speculation because nobody knows, is that it may go dark on June 8th and still be available to purchase as part of a negotiation. Remember, this company did go dark once already, and it was only for 24 hours, but it could happen again for a few weeks. However, Maria, there's another scenario where it simply gets turned off, just like in India in 2020, and basically then people worried about it for 5 days and then they forgot about it. So I think TikTok's in a precarious place. We don't know what's going to happen, and we are waiting for instruction from either the White House, ultimately with Xi, but now there's a discussion going on, maybe.
All right, the S&P 500 has opened up. New York session has opened up. So the S&P 500 is trading at 5,665 right now. VIX is trading at 22.81. Euro USD is trading at 1.13. Oil's trading at 59.08. BITO is trading at 20.53. So Bitcoin is trading around 96, almost 97,000. And USD Japanese yen is trading at 144.15. So right now, equities opened up and positively, and it's up 63 points based on the economic data that came out about jobs.
But here's what I fear, and I think others have the same concern. Where in the pecking order of issues with China does TikTok sit? I think it's at the bottom. I don't think Xi gives a you-know-what, and I'm not sure Trump gives a damn either. And so it may just get caught up, the classic baby in the bathwater gets thrown out. Because I don't think it's that big a deal anymore. And I think there's a high probability it could be 50-50. It just turns out, lights out for TikTok.
You're right. No, look, they've already come up with an alternative. What is it, Red Notes or Red Note or something like that?
All right, breaking news.
Yeah,
breaking news. Carney and Trump set to meet at White House on Tuesday. See? So there's this capacitor that I was saying earlier that's building up, and then there's going to be a release of information slowly, and it's going to be accelerant for the actual equity market.
It breaches the law as well. That thing can't be allowed to grow like a mushroom because it has servers in China. The law covers for any foreign adversary spying on Americans, and that's what Red Note does.
Yeah, absolutely. They're spying on Americans through a lot of ways, including their surveillance cameras. Have you checked your alarm service lately? Are those cameras that are at your house Chinese? Maybe you should check. Then there's, of course, I think the number one priority is Taiwan, and they want to know what kind of military muscle we have here, just in case the U.S. gets involved in their, reunification of Taiwan. But look, I want to talk to you about domestic issues as well, and this is very domestic because of the impact on the U.S., but you feel strongly about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's potential 2028 presidential run, don't you? You say she may be better at something else. Watch this. Let's look.
I think she's the best marketeer in politics. I buy her t-shirts. I gift them the tax the rich t-shirts. I love them. She makes 82% margin on them, which I think shows you that inside of every socialist is a capitalist trying to get out. Now, Will she destroy America? Absolutely. There's no chance she'll ever be president. I don't agree with anything she says, but I love her social media. She's a crazy chicken. She raises $5 and $20 at a time. She's a terrible manager. Her district is a wasteland. Why would anybody want her running anything? But I love what she does on t-shirts. So maybe she should start a t-shirt company. That's what I'm thinking.
Were you half joking there? Start a t-shirt company?
No, I'm not joking. If you look at the best marketers right now, they're Elizabeth Warren and AOC because they raise money $5 at a time by saying outrageous things on social media and gathering dollars. And look,
Okay.
At the end of the day,
Bloomberg's announcement: S&P 500 raises 1.2%. Rises 1.2%, and it's set to erase the losses of April 2nd. Now, if you listen to me, way back, if you actually listened and did what I told you to do, back when the sell-off was happening, you would have made money anywhere from 15 to 18%, depending on when you were putting your, slowly drip feeding your money in. 15 to 18%. If you were a little fearful and you were a little late to the party, maybe 10%. Gain in the money that you put in. This is the reason why I do these shows for free. If you follow my lead, you will make money. And if you follow my lead, you will get healthy. It's a win-win situation. You help support my work, I tell you what to do to get some money in your pocket and to get healthy. It's really simple.
You have to look at the results. If you're paying tax in her district, I don't know why you're voting for her. I mean, she's terrible at what she does in terms of managing, and I don't know why they keep voting her in. But look, if you want to live that way, go ahead. But that's not for me. I'll just buy the t-shirts.
Yeah, she didn't do her district any favors with the Amazon thing a couple of years ago, huh? Anyway, Kevin,
12,000 jobs.
Yeah, exactly.
12,000 jobs moved to Carolina. Yeah.
Out of New York. Kevin, good to see you. Thank you, sir. Kevin O'Leary here. Stay with us.
All right, a great way to help support my work is to go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I have. Let's talk about collagen. Collagen is something that you should be taking every day. Why? Helps with your skin, helps with your hair, helps with your nails, the health of your nails, skin, and hair. It'll help with your joint health. It'll help to build muscle and help with your bones. Really important to take every day. It has a very extensive amino acid profile that I'm showing on the screen. You can read the label carefully on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is a month's supply. You get a big scooper. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, with filtered water, a smoothie. Some people put it in coffee. I put it in soft foods. I take it every day and do resistance training. You're getting dual benefit. You're helping with your muscles, you're helping with your joints, you're helping with your cartilage, you're helping with your bones, but you're also helping with your skin. So take the collagen every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Also take a look at the anti-aging skincare boxes that I have. I have a beginner's box and an advanced box. In the beginner's box, you get the collagen, the vitamin C, and the structural nanosilver gel. And in the advanced box, you get everything that's in the beginner's box, but you also get C60 and resveratrol to help improve the basal layer. That's where your new skin cells are formed. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the collagen, follow the protocol, get healthy. It's really simple. Now, another thing that's really important is proper sleep. That's part of a holistic approach to slowing down the aging process and boosting up your immune system. Now, Good Night Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower to be able to put you in that 3 cycles of REM sleep a night and deep sleep. You get 3 benefits from that. You can consolidate memory, you detoxify your central nervous system, and you're going to be well rested. And having good sleep regularly, you're slowing down the aging process. Now, when you are chronically sleep deprived, your cortisol levels go up. That means your immune system goes down. You're stressed. That's not good for your organ systems. And you're not detoxifying your body or consolidating memory. Chronic sleep deprivation over years can lead to further neurological decline. You don't want that. So take the Goodnight formula, take it every day, drink it with filtered water, and get those 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep to be well rested, and you're slowing down the aging process. Please go to my store, get the Goodnight formula, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store and get the Goodnight formula and the collagen.
A best performing individual stock in the S&P 500 right now is up close to 11%. This is the medical device maker that posted better than expected revenue for the first quarter. S&P 500 shares of S&P 500 right now up 63 points. That's up 1.1%. 5668 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 490 points. That's up 1.2%. 41,242. The Nasdaq 100 up 225 points. That is a rise of 1.1%. And job growth robust today. Well, unemployment rate holding steady. And that suggests uncertainty over the trade policy has yet to materialize, or at least impact hiring plans. Non-farm payrolls increasing 177,000. The S&P 500 right now on the verge of its longest winning streak since 2004. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Tom.
John Tucker, thanks so much. A lot of people publishing. Neil Dutta over at Renaissance Macro, thank you for a quick note. Looking at the labor market, he calls it chugging along. A reminder that labor market conditions have been cooling, particularly looking at wage growth. As a result, Neil Dutta would suggest the Fed could be cutting, except for the tariff war, the trade war. Right now, Neil Dutta sees June as a coin flip at best, with the Fed likely cutting by July. Just possibly, that's what the market's pricing in, the Dow at 450 points. This is Meat and Potatoes. British Corona joins us right now, fixed income portfolio management for the August Wellington Management of Boston. Thank you so much for joining today. How do you fold the Fed parlor game into what they actually do with fixed income?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way the Fed is going to influence is more relevant to the curve right now, and I do think that the market has priced in a lot of cuts by the Fed. You have the policy rate getting down to about 3% over the next 2 years. The market, until basically 2 days ago, was pricing almost a 60% chance of a June cut, and I think that was just much too high. I think this is a Fed that's data dependent. Hard data is going to look.
If the job market is going to be strong, there is no reason to lower rates. The question is will there be an inflationary pulse in the economy because of tariffs? Most likely, not significant in the medium term. So the chances of the Federal Reserve lowering rates anytime soon is almost zero. Right? Maybe if things, for example, if the economy really tanked, then the Federal Reserve is going to have to come in and try to save jobs. And so they'll cut the rates. All right. If there's huge demand destruction and a precipitous drop of prices because no one's buying anything, then what's going to happen is the Federal Reserve is going to lower the rates. But they're not going to lower the rates when the unemployment rate is at 4.2 and inflation's above 2%. So if you're an economist on Wall Street, you're a fucking idiot. I mean, it's just that simple. You don't have to have all these econometric formulas and, use some alchemy to try to justify some sort of thesis. See, what happens on Wall Street is they keep on adding variables, making it seem like they're smart. But you just strip down, go parsimonious with these models, and you get to the essence, and it's as simple as what's the unemployment rate and what's the inflation rate. It's that simple. But they'll try to spin it as if it's more complicated than that. It's not. It really isn't. Federal Reserve lowers rates right now, it'd be too early.
The better place to go. They're yielding about 5.5% right now. That's about 160 basis points more than Treasury yields are, and they do well in a range-bound yield environment. And I think that could be where we are because the Trump has already shown that he very much cares about what's happening in the bond market. So if yields move a lot higher, they do change policy. At the same time, if yields go down, 10-year gets down to 350, that's going to be a time where they can say, okay, we have more room on fiscal than we thought. So in this range-bound environment, getting 5.5% yields is pretty attractive.
Should we be concerned more about credit quality out there? I mean, it's been such a long time since we've had real concerns about credit quality. Even during the pandemic, there was so much stimulus flooded into the market.
Yeah,
we didn't really see it that much.
Yeah, so I think what is interesting is the public credit markets have upgraded their quality over the last few years. I think 40% of high yield bonds are now BB rated, which is the highest level of rating compared to that being much lower for the last decade or so. So where has those lending to more cuspy credits gone? It's really gone to the private credit markets. I think the reason we're not seeing that stress is because they don't need to mark the market. Their holding period is a lot longer. Right. And so point being, public credit markets have, that's one of the reasons spreads have been so resilient is they're not lending to the same credits that has been taken up by private credit.
Away from what gets all the press in the modern age, hedge funds, Paul may reminisce about Boston and Standish Air and Wellington and Pioneer, Eaton Vance and all the rest of it from another time. The more traditional long-only buy side, are they looking out past this trade war? Are they looking out past whatever anyone's politics, the Trump cacophony?
That's what we're trying to do. I think about, regardless of, I think the market can shift narratives. We'll soon be forgetting about tariffs, and we're going to be talking about tax policy.
3 times before the market closed.
Correct, exactly. But I think when I go to the fundamentals of the economy, what in our view really supported growth last year were 3 things. It was government, it was immigration, and it was, spending on AI CapEx. And I think going forward, let's talk about 6 months to 12 months from now. All 3 of those things are slowing. Government spending is not going to be as aggressive as it has been for the last 3 years. Immigration, obviously, that's self-explanatory. And even on the AI CapEx side, in the DeepSeek world, it does speak to less spending and CapEx than we thought a few months ago. And so, point being is I do think, regardless of your views on tariffs and whatnot and the machinations of Washington, we are in a slower growth environment than we were last year, and we're in an environment where yields are much higher than they were in even August last year. And so I think there is still a big disconnect between the bond market and what's happening on the growth side.
Too short a visit. Come back again.
Well, that's true. The bond yields are higher, but if you are older, which a big part of America is aging, they need to go into fixed income to lock in at a higher rate. So that's actually important for those types of investors. If you're younger, then if you're in bonds, you're going to be losing money. All right. So the bond market is kind of one side, you need people to lock in at a higher rate, and you have another side that wants the rates lower because they want to purchase homes or invest in businesses. So it depends on what part of the population you're looking at. And that's why bonds are a little bit more complex in terms of navigating the market. All right. But just looking at a 15-year historical time series for the 30-year bond or the 10-year bond, we were at all-time lows before COVID. All right. Because of this whole zero bound problem that we had that was echoing from Lehman, going all the way back to 2008. Yields were suppressed. Federal Reserve was near zero bound. People need to keep that in mind, that yield curve was manipulated because of the bailout from Lehman, the bailout through the Lehman crisis and the housing subprime crash. And that took a long time for the economy to digest. So if the Federal Reserve was pumping lots of money and purchasing bonds at 10, 20, 30 year out, Well, you're going to have these different pulses from the Federal Reserve where you're bringing down the balance sheet at the 10, the 20, and the 30 year out. Well, we haven't even hit the 20-year mark for past Lehman. Wake up. So as they are starting to bring down their balance sheet and the economy is starting to go out of zero, the Federal Reserve is going out of zero bound, we're going to natural levels of the yield curve. That's not market manipulated by the Federal Reserve post-Lehman crash. We are still feeling the effects of the yield curve from Lehman. But they won't tell you. They'll be goldfish memory, and they'll go, well, the last 6 months it's having some perturbation. Oh, last 6 months the dollar is going down. Oh, the last 6 months the yields are going up. They don't look at the 15 historical year average and realize that there was many of that, a bulk of those 15 years is the echo from Lehman and the zero bound from the Federal Reserve, which is not sustainable. Having your yield curves going back to in the 4s or 5s is actually prudent, because what it does is it gives a buffer for the Federal Reserve if it needs to lower rates. If you're at zero bound and your economy falters and you need to lower your rate, guess what? It's negative interest rates. Negative interest rates means that you're giving money to the bank. All right, that's what it means. You don't want that. All right, so you need the economy to get out of the echo from Lehman. So it's the same issue with the dollar. The dollar has been elevated post-COVID over 100 for DXY. That's not sustainable, and that is an indication of all that stress that was coming from the 2020 crisis. The average for the 10-year historical average for DXY, for the dollar index, is about 97, 98. And they're all having a hissy fit that the dollar is weakening. It's actually a good thing. You're going back to stability. People need to wake up that not just do we have a aftershock from the crisis of 2020 with our bodies, with our health, we're still seeing the aftershock. We're still feeling the effects in the yield curve from Lehman. Wake up, guys, wake up. All right, with that said, let's go back to, all right, Bloomberg's on a break. I want to go to Fox News here. Rubio tapped for key role after White House shakeup. So this is Mike Waltz. It's a strange day yesterday for the ones that didn't know. Mike Waltz stepped down from the National Security Advisor role, and so did his staff member. And then shortly, about a few hours later, Trump announces that he's nominating Mike Waltz for ambassador to the UN. Now, Stefanik was supposed to be going into that role, but they were worried that the Republicans were worried that they were going to lose the majority in the House. So Trump pulled Stefanik away from that nomination for the UN ambassador. Is the role for the UN ambassador a step down compared to National Security Advisor? Probably. I think that Waltz is the scapegoat of this whole Signalgate issue. I think that maybe they're a little too loosey-goosey in terms of talking to each other on these platforms. Maybe you don't need to have constant electronic communication. Maybe go back to maybe an older time period that may be prudent for the administration. But that's just my opinion on that. But it looks like Mike Waltz is going to be the ambassador to the UN, and he's not going to be the National Security Advisor to Trump. So it's a step down. Now, what's interesting is that Rubio is going to have an interim role as national security advisor. But Rubio also is the Secretary of State. So that's a big job. Now, the last time this happened, I believe, has been during the tenure of Kissinger. So this is a rare event that we're seeing play out here. So it's interesting when you step back and look at the history of this, which I think history is very important to have a strong foundation on. Kissinger passes away a couple of years ago, I believe. I think it was 2 years ago. Maybe it was last year, but I think it was 2 years ago. And we are now seeing kind of like a rhyme of history with the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Defense, or not Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State. So it's going back to what John Hogue was saying. The United States is tied to the revolution of Pluto around the sun. All right, it takes about 250 years. All right, we're in our we're going to be approaching our 250th year. All right, we've passed a new. We just started a new revolution around the sun with Pluto. Trump gets into office and it's like we're starting a new era of the United States. That's very reminiscent of the American Revolution, but it's not a hot water. It's more of a reconfiguring of the global order in economics. But it's a war. We hear trade war, all right? Well, the revolution was a war too. So I guess there's different ways to use the term war. It doesn't necessarily mean kinetic. Most wars are kinetic, but you know, in this case, this trade war and this unraveling of the economic world order and go from globalization to localization is a revolutionary concept that is very Americana, if you really think about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So, and sovereignty, the idea of sovereignty and all this. So we're seeing like a rhyming of our previous history. In this case with Rubio and Kissinger. Now now it's going to be just interim. I'm sure they'll find a national security advisor, or Rubio may actually end up being a national security advisor and they end up getting a new Secretary of State. That might happen. Anything could happen with the Trump administration, but I find it fascinating, this moving of these people within the Trump administration. Now, Vance spoke last night. I believe it was on CNN, maybe it was Fox. And he was spinning it. You could see it was spinning it. The media was saying, oh, this is a demotion and, you know, something's wrong with Mike Waltz because of the Signalgate issue. And J.D. Vance made the statement, oh, this is a promotion for him. He did what he needed to do at the National Security State, or the National Security Advisor. And now we want to use his talents at the UN. It was obvious to me that J.D. Vance was kind of spinning it to put a positive light on it. And that Mike Waltz is most likely the fall guy for the issue with Signalgate. And that should diffuse some of the issues with Pete Hegseth. We'll see what happens, but that's my take on it. All right. Let's play Fox News about that particular issue.
Introducing our cutting-edge Smart Zoom reading glasses, co-developed by NASA engineers. No eye exam needed. These glasses...
So Michael Waltz is out as National Security Advisor. President Trump announcing yesterday he'll be nominating Waltz to become the UN ambassador. He'll be in New York City. Taking his place for now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The last person to do both National Security Advisor and Secretary of State was Henry Kissinger. Can it work? Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired four-star General Jack Keane joins us now. General, can you do both jobs?
Well, yes, I mean, and it has a lot to do with the president. Richard Nixon appointed Henry Kissinger after Nixon won the election in '68 as his national security advisor in '69. And then after the next election in '72, William Rogers, who was Secretary of State for the first term, was not asked to come back for the second term. And he appointed Henry Kissinger as his Secretary of State in '73. But the reality is that Richard Nixon served 8 years as Eisenhower's vice president, and he was very much involved internationally during those years. And as such, he centered policy development and policy execution in the White House. And because he was almost daily involved in it with Henry Kissinger, and he never trusted the State Department. Many people in the State Department, Henry Kissinger told me this himself, and he said, you know, the way the State Department acts is many of the people in the State Department think they know more about foreign policy than the Secretary of State, and that's the reality of it. So power was definitely centered there, most unusually to the degree that he chose to do it. I mean, obviously, the president is the center of foreign policy decisions. There's no disputing that, and that's the case in the Trump administration for sure. But that was kind of the uniqueness of it. Right. It only lasted from '73 to '75. Ford came in '74 after Nixon resigned and kept it for one more year, and then appointed a secretary then appointed another security advisor. So it's different. Kissinger was the national security advisor first, and then became Secretary of State. Here, Marco Rubio is Secretary of State, taking on the NSA. I mean, it is tough to do both jobs. There's no doubt about that. But certainly Marco Rubio, I think, is very much up for that task.
Yeah, they say Stephen Miller, Michael Anton, and Rick Grinnell are three people that have been mentioned for that job. So let's talk about the
what is more interesting is taking this out 4 years. I don't believe that Trump's going to run for a third term. I don't think that's going to happen. But it's very possible with the experience that Rubio is getting and the international exposure that when he runs for president, that he'll be running against J.D. Vance. And I personally think that that would be a fascinating primary, you know, while they're doing their primaries, to see how that evolves. J.D. Vance, I think, is more articulate than Rubio, but Rubio is he's starting to really get a lot of experience, all right? And a lot of key exposure. So if he hits home runs as a national security advisor and as a Secretary of State, this is a launching pad for him to be president of the United States.
The U.S.-Ukraine mineral deal, Russia's weighed in on it, says Trump has finally pressured the Kyiv regime to pay for our U.S. aid and mineral resources. Now military supplies will have to be paid for with the national wealth of a disappearing nation. Really? So that doesn't sound like a country that's looking for a way to, an off-ramp to stop fighting.
Right. There's more breaking news happening here. U.S. final March non-defense capital goods shipments ex-air rise 0.2 month over month.
Well, I mean, this is really a blow to Putin, because everything he's been doing, he's been trying to maneuver the Trump administration away from Ukraine as much as possible. And that's part of his strategic ploy here and the narrative of his playbook that he's been executing. But this is significant. This is a generational relationship that the United States has signed into with Ukraine. Obviously, it's economically based, but because of it, it's also politically based, and it has significant security implications. Look, for that to succeed, there has to be stability and security in Ukraine, or else there's not going to be much mining going on if there's a war going on. So there's implications here going forward for security as well. Yes, and that is a blow to Russia for certain. And no doubt the emotional response we're getting from Putin is U.S.
March factory orders rise 4.3%, and estimate was 4.5, I believe.
Understandable from his perspective.
So at some point, we have to decide what we're going to do because Russia's not playing ball. And the talk about sanctioning their central bank, which has not been touched yet. And there's more aid that Biden had left over that the Congress has already allocated. And now you could use equity in the deal to buy weapons from the Pentagon. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio on what could be next.
We've got so many, and I would argue even more important issues going on around the world. Not that a war in Ukraine is not important, but I would say what's happening with China is more important in the long term for the future of the world. Obviously, Iran's nuclear ambition, all these other things that we have going on. So at some point in time, it either has to be something that can happen, or we'll need to move on. That'll be a decision the president will have to make.
I don't love that tone. I want to find a resolve. Moving on, I just think it's in our national interest to find a way to do something.
Well, listen, the fact of the matter is that Putin, when you look at it, for 38 months, if you look at where the positions were when he began the invasion in 22, 38 months later, if you look at an ISW map comparing them, there's not that much difference. There's been some small tactical gains that have been made across the entire Donbass region, for sure. But largely, nothing compared to what he wanted was huge terrain operational gains. Not happened. In 25, he's got equipment problems and severe personnel problems. So at the end of the day, I still believe Putin will come to the negotiating table, but he's stalling to get as much concessions as he can out of Trump administration. What should we do? Upgun Ukraine with military assistance, not so they can fight a war indefinitely, but to force Putin to the table. Go with the sanctions, crippling economic sanctions. This time, the real thing, oil, 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 and central banks. Senator Graham has got 70 plus senators lined up as well. Got to take the gloves off here, I think.
Absolutely.
Force him into it. The idea that he's going to stay there and fight a protracted war for years to come, and he's eventually going to win, is not true. That's a false Russian narrative.
Right.
He has major, major problems.
Well, and you know what? Well, make him pay the price for walking away. The status quo is not going to work for us. That's what I hope. General Jack Keane, thanks so much. And we'll be sure to keep up with the Institute Study of War to get the absolute latest and most accurate information. Thanks, General. Have a great weekend. I'm Steve Ducey.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium. Magnesium and zinc is going to help boost up your immune system, but also help with your brain health. Magnesium is extremely important for brain function and health. So make sure that you take magnesium in your diet and in supplementation. You can get magnesium 3 different ways. You can get it through the magnesium and zinc supplement, vitamin C and magnesium, or my Boomer Boost product. Now, magnesium and zinc, again, helps with your immune system and your brain function. Really important. Drink it with filtered water. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Take 1 dose in the morning, take another dose in the evening. If you're feeling okay, just take 1 dose a day. Vitamin C. It's an antioxidant. It also helps with your skin, and the magnesium helps with your brain function. Vitamin C also helps with your immune system. You should be taking it every day. Drink it with filtered water. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. You can stack these, and that's going to be helping with your immune system and your brain function. Very important. So please go to my store, get the magnesium and zinc, and the vitamin C and magnesium. You get the highest concentration of magnesium in the magnesium and zinc. Now, let's talk about the allergy season. You need to be prepared and mitigate any irritant that you may come in contact with, either because of allergies, poor air quality, or even during the cold season. So I have in stock elderberry zinc lozenges in a 21 count per bag. Take the lozenges right away if you start feeling that irritant. That's important because you're helping maintain that barrier and health of your epithelial lining in your oral cavity and in your oral pharynx. When you're mitigating the irritant, you're helping to prevent further problems with your body reacting to that irritant. Very important to take if you start noticing that you're having some, you're noticing the air quality is going down. Just take the lozenges, it'll help. All right. Now the drops, they're smaller than the lozenges. You get 100 in each bag. And I have them in blueberry, in cherry, and also in honey and lemon. So please get a few bags for your household. Have some at home and at work. You never know when you need it. Because the moment you need it, you want to have them available so you can mitigate the problem. So please go to my store, get the drops and the lozenges, use discount 5 to get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last.
I think the public's really waiting for GTA 6. I remember back in my day, I think it was Grand Theft Auto something, and I did the whole overnight thing with the line outside at some GameStop in the middle of Midtown with a camera talking to people down the street, bringing back those memories. No, I was doing it for work.
Oh, for work. Okay.
Yeah. No, God, no. I was having a camera talking to people doing man on the street stuff for that.
Paul's a veteran of Pong.
Yeah,
yes,
there we go.
that's right.
Let's also hit Apple here. So we're looking at a couple downgrades.
Yeah, so there are 2 downgrades this morning for Apple. The first was from Jefferies, which cut its rating to underperform, which is a rare bearish view on the stock. I think it has at least 2 underperform or sort of sell ratings. The rest of the street is, rather bullish on shares of Apple. Rosenblatt Securities also cut its rating from buy to neutral. Basically, this comes after earnings that just weren't enough to sort of assuage some of investors' fears around the escalating tariff situation and a slowdown in growth in China. Apple said that it expects the tariffs to boost costs by $900 million in the current period. And analysts really pushed Tim Cook on the call for any indication beyond the current period, which he really would not give. So there's a big question mark there as to how much it could hurt Apple if the tariffs sort of escalate and continue and how long that goes on. So 2 downgrades is pretty big deal for Apple. Shares are down more than 4% today.
And let's go to Five Below. So if we take a look at Bloomberg Intelligence's tariff matrix, Five Below was one of the companies that got hit the hardest in terms of having to pass on cost increases. What did we learn today, though?
Yeah, so they gave preliminary earnings. Shares are up more than 6.5%, the best in about a week. They raised their forecast for first quarter sales and
Phoenix
profit,
Energy.
which really goes against sort of this idea that they're going to get hit super hard by tariffs. So obviously the quarter reflects sort of before when the tariffs are really getting going. Basically, it seems like a strong Easter holiday, which fell in April this year, is going to help out Five Below, as well as actually consumers pulling forward some of their spending because they're anticipating price increases because of tariffs. So I think that's really interesting that they're expecting people to kind of stock up ahead of the time.
All right. Great stuff. Carmen Reineke, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Carmen Reineke, equities reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I want to get right to the economic data of the day. It is jobs day, and the change in non-farm payroll came in 177,000. Consensus was 138, so it beat there. The prior period was revised down sharply from 228,000 to 185, so some cross currents there. Let's break it down. Tom Gibble, Vice Chairman, American Staffing Association, and founder of LaSalle Networks. Hey, Tom, what do you take away from today's non-farm payroll data?
Well, I think it shows that the U.S. economy is resilient. I think that the tariff hubbubaloo, for lack of a better word, hasn't hit yet. Companies didn't know what to do following the announcement the first week in April, so we have some time to show up on that. And I think the real message is small and medium-sized businesses always drive the jobs numbers more than anything else. And so if big companies do layoffs, small companies can now afford to hire some talent they couldn't before, and that's where you see a lot of the hiring.
So since you run one of the leading staffing and recruiting firms in the country, who's staffing and recruiting?
Well, I think that the companies that are hiring are small and medium-sized companies. You're not, when you see the announcements that a company like Starbucks is doing layoffs or what have you, is that you see that big companies have to cut overhead. But when you have small companies, the 2 sectors that I see a lot continue to be our healthcare, and you're going to have service firms. And service firms are going to continue to be doing consulting work. There's technology bases, things along those lines that aren't as directly affected by lack of inventory and trade tariffs of importing products from other countries.
Tom, some economists are concerned that tariffs and just economic uncertainty resulting from tariff discussions could hit small and mid-sized businesses harder because maybe they don't have the same profit margins and resources as some of the bigger companies. What are your respondents in your surveys telling you?
Oh, I think there's no doubt about that I'm talking to leaders, CEOs of businesses every week. And there's obviously a concern due to the uncertainty of what's going on geopolitically and the tariffs. However, at the same time, is that labor, for the most part, can be scaled up and scaled down. And companies right now have to focus on where the opportunities lie. And so what we see right now is there is a fear, there is an uncertainty. However, there's also companies, small and medium-sized companies. Again, I want to repeat, if you're a small manufacturing company, you've got real challenges. If you're a small distribution company, you've got real challenges. But if you're a consulting firm, if you're a services business, if you're a technology app development company, there's still opportunity because companies have to figure out workarounds to the situation. And those are usually going to be technologically based solutions.
To the other side of it, those small, medium-sized businesses that are geared towards the consumer, selling stuff and products and manufacturing, etc., are they laying off people or are they just not hiring?
No, I think you're seeing both. Listen, companies are laying off. In good economies, companies lay people off. What you have is in a situation like this, companies have to look at their infrastructure. It's the same thing with unloading real estate during the COVID situation. They might not have needed it all along, but it gives them an excuse to do that. And so, for lack of a better phrase, are companies pruning some talent right now? They absolutely are. And at the same time, you see that if you go and look and search any job board, you're going to see that companies are also hiring weeks after they do layoffs because they're different skill sets, different positions. And so, the word hiring freeze is usually for new positions, but ones that are deemed to be necessary to the business, companies are always going to be hiring in those spots.
Labor hoarding, that's a term I learned during the pandemic. I never heard that before. Is that still a thing, Tom?
No, I don't think so. During the pandemic, when people were afraid that there was going to be a boom coming out, and there ended up being one at the end of 20 and all of 21 and some of 22, that made sense. But right now, companies are more sitting here saying, what puts us in the strongest position to compete no matter what the economic climate? And if you're a big company, you do have excess labor, and so it's easy to cut that back. If you're a small company, you couldn't always compete against big companies because you can't pay the same wage. Well, when those big companies prune and lay people off, now you can get some of that talent for a little bit lower price. And at the same time, those people are a little bit feel burned by the big companies. So you get a more engaged employee who really appreciates the quality of life in a small or medium-sized company.
All right, we appreciate it, Tom. Always good to get your perspective. Thank you so very much, Tom Gimbel, Chairman, American Staffing Association, and founder of LaSalle Network, really helping to understand the difference of the big, large companies and the smaller, medium-sized businesses. I never thought that, if you get fired in a large firm, that the small, medium-sized firm benefits. That actually makes sense.
Good, yeah. I guess in certain industries, yeah, certain areas.
All right, coming up, trade talks are maybe thawing, maybe de-escalating. We're going to get the latest from DC and Curran, a Bloomberg Global Economy reporter, will be joining us. And plus the latest from Apple on Araguana, Bloomberg Intelligence Technology Analyst, will be joining us to break through those Apple earnings and the potential hit for tariffs on that. Amazon and Apple kind of did in those Mag 7 earnings that held up really well. This is Bloomberg. Happy Friday, everybody.
All right, what we're going to do is this Fox News about Hegseth takes major action with Army as China threat looms. But before I do that, I just want to mention thank you very much for the ones that are watching the live stream on Rumble. I greatly appreciate it. And also the ones that are watching the live stream on YouTube with the market telemetry. Thank you very much. I know there are some regulars in the in the chat, and also the ones that are listening on X Spaces. I greatly appreciate the viewership and the listeners and helping me reach an audience and tell people my opinion about what's going on, and also to learn from me about how to navigate through these markets and learn on how to improve your health at the same time. It's a win-win situation. I'm trying to build a community where people take the advice and get healthy. And also, don't be fearful of these tumultuous markets. You can benefit from it. And I'm telling you how to do it. And I'm doing this all for free for you guys. So just, it's a social contract of you help me and I'm helping you. It's that simple. All right. And that's how we move forward in our country. The country, the United States of America. So let's go with this Fox News clip here.
The Secretary of the Army to cut wasteful spending and focus on getting soldiers physically and mentally fit to, quote, restore the warrior ethos and reestablish deterrence. The Army is planning a sweeping transformation that will merge or close headquarters, dump outdated vehicles and aircraft, slash as many as 1,000 headquarters staff in the Pentagon, and shift personnel to units in the field. This, according to a new memo and officials familiar with these changes. Fox News contributor and former Special Operations Intel analyst Brett Belakovich joins me now. Brett, instead the priority will be air and missile defense, cyber warfare, and space. Your thoughts?
Well, this is all about a leaner force within the U.S. military with the goal of deterring China, which seems to be the administration's #1 priority, force, strategic aligning the force. And this is really, really long overdue.
I never had this conversation with my father, but I did have this conversation with my brother recently. And he served in the Army, all right, back in the early 90s, mid-90s. So it was right after the Gulf War. So he missed the Gulf War, but, he served in the Army. His take was, and this was when General Powell and I think Schwarzkopf was still general. They were trying to create a army that was more focused on less mechanized and more special ops. So a military that was more SEAL team, Navy SEAL or Green Beret, it was just starting. It was just starting. And he, in his observation over the years, is that we have put too much money and training in special ops and too much reliance on that, like Call of Duty type stuff, right? And it should be just more of a mechanized war. Now, we need to upgrade our technologies. When he was in the service, they didn't have these drone technologies and all. But now we have these drone technologies that could be implemented in the battlefield to knock out tanks. So now if you study that kind of landscape of warfare, it's now moving back to trench warfare like World War I. And trench warfare ended because of planes and because of tanks. So if you're knocking out the tanks, guess what? Trench warfare you have to dig in because you're hiding from these drones. Another aspect of drone warfare can be used in the Navy. Now, I had an uncle that was in the Navy. He was in demolitions, and my grandfather was a CB during World War II. So there's a lineage of Navy and Army service, in my family's history. But my brother's perspective is that too much money and too much training is focused on special operations. Navy SEALs, Rangers, Green Beret type stuff. All right, and some of that training should come down to a more unit level and kind of improve that kind of training. And what you do is that you can take a larger unit that is mechanized, and you can pull out of that unit quickly. And because of their because of a more specialized training that has moved down to service members at a lower level, you can do these quick assemblies of a smaller unit to do an operation instead of focusing only on Rangers, right? That education that they get from the Ranger School should come down to the average private. Not all of it. You still need special teams, right? But some of that training needs to come down to a larger unit level to be able to do these ad hoc unit assemblies when the dynamics on the battlefield are changing, so you're not dependent on the Rangers. I'm talking in terms of the Army. So it would be nice to see Hegseth pivot away from being so reliant on special ops and special ops teams and increase the training and the know-how at a lower level within the Army and even in the Navy to be able to do these assemblies of personnel when the dynamics of the battlefield change. And that way, that gives optionality to the battle space, instead of just being dependent on the Rangers or the airborne or whatever. Now, of course, you still need them, but I think the last 20 years, we've been too reliant on SEAL team, and Green Berets, and that's my take on it, And it's also an observation that my brother had too, when he was in the service.
And I'm glad our leaders are finally listening to what's needed. China is a major long-term risk to U.S. influence and power, and they're outpacing us in so many different ways, especially as it relates to military advancements in AI and drone technology. They're the leading threat to U.S. national security militarily, economically, and they're very quiet about it, especially as they rapidly build up one of the largest militaries at a rate that we've never seen. They are completely reshaping the world right now behind the scenes through their government's greedy appetite for resources, energy. They consume a mind-boggling amount of resources, but they are at war economically. Make no mistake about that. They're stealing intellectual property from American businesses, and we really need to be increasingly concerned about the spread of Chinese influence across the world and as it relates to our own military, because they've expanded their capabilities, they've expanded artificial intelligence, their collection efforts, cyber warfare, diplomatic presence around the world, and they're really eager to sort of upend the status quo, and they become extremely emboldened and overconfident because of years of their government simply going on unchecked. And I think we need to be prepared as Americans for the reality that we could be at war one day with China. And so I'm really glad that our administration is focusing on it and sort of changing our policies internally so that we can revamp our national security, because it's just been complete.
I just want to read a statement from Amber. She says that I agree with you. I also have a lot of family also in history with military and war. So it's important. It goes back to those three pillars that I was saying: God, country, and family. And I'll tell you, the youth today is losing affinity to God, country, and family. Bringing back the idea of country is really important, right? And I would suggest, because of the disciplinary problems that we have with children today, that there should be mandatory service for 2 years after high school for males and females. And if they want to continue on, then they can continue on with their service. But I think a 2-year mandatory service, or maybe ROTC, that there is a compulsory aspect to education with an ROTC program. And I think what will happen is you're going to have people that have discipline. They'll be fit because they have to work out all the time, right? And I think you're just going to have, you're building in that sense of community, sense of family, sense of God and country. right? And that's what's missing in the United States now. It's P. Diddy. You go on in New York, it's all about the gangster life. Well, you want to reverse that? You want to reverse gangster life? Get them in the military and give them skills and a sense of purpose and a sense of affinity to country. That's really important. That's something that's lost in America. All right. Now, people could say it probably was lost after the Vietnam era. During the Vietnam era, that was the beginnings of losing affinity to country, because of the hippie movement and all this stuff. Maybe. But the thing is that we can get it back. And we can solve a lot of the other social problems that we have. Making sure that kids get discipline, making sure that kids get a skill, making sure that kids feel that they belong to something more than themselves. You'd learn that in the military. Now, another statement that I want to make about my grandfather that was a CB during World War II. He was a fascinating guy, all right? There was literally nothing that he could not build or blow up. He could blow up anything, he could take down anything, he could put up anything, and he could kill anything. And it was just amazing the training that the CBs were given during World War II. And it was fascinating to see my grandfather, that he could be in any situation, he could build something or take something down or kill something. And it was just, and that's the type of training that we need in our armed services. Instead of having a generation after generation that did not serve, and they're just a bunch of wussies. And they need everything handed to them. They need, when we had Trump winning the first term back in, 2018 was, I guess, 2016 was the election. University of Michigan had to pass out coloring books to their students, college students, because they were emotionally distressed because Trump got into office. Now, I'm really sure that none of those students that needed to have coloring books when Trump won the first election for his first term, none of those students that needed coloring books served the military. I'm positive about that. So what is that saying? It's saying that if you don't build fortitude, psychological fortitude, physical fortitude, you're a weak person. And that's what we're starting to see in colleges today. Weak people that don't have God, country, or family affinity.
Failure after failure with prior administrations when it's come to our China policy.
And this move treats them as an adversary, not just a competitor, which the prior administration seemed to think they were. Meantime, Moscow criticizing the U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal, with senior Russian official Dmitry Medvedev issuing a message on Telegram, writing, quote, "Trump has finally broken the Kyiv regime into paying for American aid with minerals. And now military supplies will have to be paid for with the national wealth of the disappearing country." How do you read that statement, Brett?
Well, Russia is obviously very upset about this. It looks like we're aligning a little bit closer to Ukraine, and I frankly think it's about time. Putin screwed up, frankly, and I think our president may finally have had enough with him. He can't verbally commit to these ceasefires and then 24 hours later attack civilian infrastructure, and that's the problem. Even at a time when the world is looking to Russia to come to an agreement and calm down and slow down for a bit so we can actually have peace, they continue to commit war crimes in broad daylight. So they've been pretty upset with these mineral deals. And I've witnessed, frankly, their brutality and atrocities firsthand by being on the ground in Ukraine. They've created one of the largest humanitarian crises since World War II. They've displaced millions of people with their unjust war. And they, for years, have made it very clear they have no intention to distinguish between military and civilian targets. And so I think one of the things that this mineral deal does is it actually is something that's great for the U.S. It's great for our interests. And we need to do what's best here for our U.S. interests. And not only does it protect our investment over the long term there, but it also provides a little bit of a security blanket for Ukraine to know that we're going to be in it for for the long haul, and of course, that's something that upsets Russia at the higher levels.
Yeah, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, saying last night on Fox that you're going to need a real breakthrough and very soon to make peace possible, saying he's not sure how much more time Donald Trump is going to give to this because they got to get moving. They got to get moving now. Speaking of which, we need to get moving, but I do need a quick answer on this. U.S. Army planning to advance their technology by incorporating more drones. Mr. Drone Warrior, your thoughts?
Look, we're in an international drone arms race right now, so this is long overdue. We need a reset, especially as it relates to our military drone industry moving and outpacing China. And frankly, we just need to reflect on the realities of modern warfare, influenced by lessons learned from the war in Ukraine. We need to understand that we're not ready. There are outdated systems. There's an archaic military-industrial complex within the U.S. where you've got these legacy drone systems that would not work for modern day threats. And so we've got to stop thinking about drones in old ways. Drones shouldn't be thought of anymore as these large surveillance assets. These are ammunition now. These are artillery rounds. And we need to manufacture small drones at a massive scale, like we do artillery, and allow our warfighter to become more lethal. And we've got
They need to take the lessons learned with torpedoes, with subs. All right, and that idea. There's also air to water torpedoes too that can be launched. But the idea here is that use torpedo technology, take that idea, and then now scale it a little bit lower. Smaller package, and put it in a smaller drone, and couple that drone technology in the air with torpedo technology that came from the Navy. And I think that what's going to happen is it's going to radically change the battle space. It's going to, especially on land, because it's going to knock out tanks and knock out artillery positions. But also, these types of drones can fly low and slow below the radar and approach naval vessels and kamikaze it. So it's like taking three things: taking the torpedo technology that the Navy developed, this small drone technology that's basically almost just a commercialized technology, not even a military technology, couple them together, and then use the concept that the Japanese kamikazes used. And now you have a lethal way to attack this disparity in ships between the Chinese and the United States. The Chinese have more ships than we do, but we can radically change that situation in the battle space by building these kamikaze torpedo drones.
Right now for how future battles are going to be fought based on Russia and Ukraine's tactics at war. So I'm glad we're pouring a ton of money into this industry. We need to outfit each of our soldiers with a drone, just like we outfit them with an assault rifle.
You've been on our air since as long as I can remember, pushing for this. It looks like it is finally about to happen. Brett Velikovich, have a great weekend. Thank you, sir.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Tillman.
It's going to radically change the battle space, just like how the battle space was radically changed near the end of World War I. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients, and those nutrients are shown on this label here. You can look at it more closely on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It is very comprehensive powder. This compound is very, very comprehensive. Now, it has 68 nutrients, and it's going to target multiple systems. It's going to target your heart. It's going to target your cardiovascular health. It's going to target your brain function. It's going to help with strength and building muscle. And it's going to boost up your energy levels and speed up your metabolism. You're going to lose weight with this. You get a big scooper. You take 1 scoop a day. You mix it with filtered water, or in soft foods, I take it with hummus or with yogurt, or you can take it with applesauce. You can mix it with milk. You can mix it in a smoothie, but take it every day. Take it for your breakfast or for your lunch, not both. Take it once a day. And what you're going to notice is that your energy levels are going to radically improve, and you're going to see the benefits of this. You're going to feel it in 72 hours or less. I'm not joking about that. All right. In 72 hours or less, you're going to start noticing the benefits of taking Boomer Boost. So, and you're going to lose weight safely. All right. The way to stay fit is a holistic approach. All right. And you need to lose weight safely. Even if someone has a high BMI, you need to lose weight safely and change the lifestyle. So eventually your adipose tissue starts to cannibalize. All right. A lot of people don't realize. I'm going to go off on a tangent here really quick. Adipose tissue, fat cells. Adipose tissue holds triglycerides. All right. It holds fats, fatty acids, and triglycerides. All right. So what happens is that they expand the more that you're storing of triglycerides. And they shrink when it starts to use those triglycerides, but the cell is still there. So if you have had a BMI for a while, a high BMI for a while, you have lots of fat cells, lots of adipose tissue. And so when you lose weight, you are shrinking the cell and burning off the fatty acids, triglycerides, but the cell's still there. It takes 5 years or 7 years approximately for those fat cells to go through apoptosis. So that's the reason why there's yo-yo diets, where you lose a bunch of weight and then all of a sudden you gain it really quick because you still have the fat cell. Just because you lost the weight doesn't mean you don't have the fat cell. You still have the fat cell unless you have liposuction. So the way to safely do this is to lose weight slowly, change your diet, eat more properly, do the 4 modalities of exercise: cardio, resistance training, stretching, and balancing exercises. Reduce your caloric intake and provide your body with the nutrients to speed up your metabolism. And if you do that for 5 years, you are now having your adipose tissue go into apoptosis, and the body is shedding those fat cells. The reason why the body keeps the fat cells is it's a survival mechanism. It takes energy to make those cells, and it doesn't know if you're going to go into a hibernation mode and need new storage. You need to store food. So it tries to hold the fat cell. It tries to keep the fat cell in your body, even though it shrank because you burned off the triglycerides. So to stop the yo-yo diet takes 5 years to 7 years, depending on which area of the body you're targeting to losing weight. If you follow my advice and you do this over a 5 to 7 year period, you're going to permanently lose weight. And you won't go into this yo-yo diet. All right, so with this said, so Boomer Boost revs up your metabolism, all right? And it targets your heart, your vascular system, your musculature, your brain function, and you have lots more energy. And when you have more energy, you're gonna have more vitality. You're gonna move around, you're gonna work out, and you're gonna lose weight safely. You're gonna be able to concentrate better. You're gonna get rid of that brain fog. For me, it stopped my migraines. I suffered migraines since I was 8 years old. And, you know, I was taking, I don't know, Excedrin through, I'm in my 50s. So for over 45, you know, over 40, like 44 years or so, I was taking Excedrin because of these migraine headaches that I have. Sometimes the migraine headache would be only 1 day, but most of the time it was like a 2-3 day migraine. All right. And I suffered it since I was 8 years old. All right. Now, a shocking thing that happened when I started taking Boomer Boost was my migraines went away. All right. So it took me until I was in my 50s to actually stop having migraines. And there was, you know, and it was this. Now, a viewer sent me a message saying what they think it is that's helping. I don't know if that's what combination of compounds that are in here that allows for the synergistic effect to happen. It might be true what that viewer said. I don't know. But the point here is that you're going to see other benefits with your own biochemistry. For me, it mitigated my migraines. For you, it may be something else. All right. But you're going to see positive benefits with this. This stuff is like magic. All right. And, it's the compounds, and it's all about the stacking. When you stack the ingredients the right way, there is a synergistic process that takes place. That's why stacking is so important with nutrition and with supplementation. Take the Boomer Boost every day. Now, if you're an athlete, younger or older, you would benefit from Boomer Boost by taking the Boomer Boost for your pre or post workout fuel source, and it'll help you to fuel your body, especially if you do intense workout. Let's say if you're a football player, or if you're a country runner, trail runner, or a marathon runner, or a triathlete, or a swimmer. It's a great way to stay to build up your energy levels and to build up that strength for your sport and that endurance for your sport. So this is for athletes, but also for people that are not athletes. It was designed for people that are older, but you can use things. That's the amazing thing about anti-aging research. You can take things from the sport world and apply it to geriatrics or people that are just midlife, and you will get benefits from it. But you have to stack it properly. Like, for example, there's certain supplementations that are illegal in, let's say, the Tour de France for performance enhancing, that if you apply it in a clinical setting, can actually help people that have mobility issues because of Parkinson's, or have memory problems because they're in their later years. There are things that you can benefit from it, like low dose testosterone can help many geriatric patients, but it would be illegal in the setting of the Tour de France. So you can learn from some of these performance enhancing things that are legal or not legal and apply it to a clinical setting that actually helps the patient. So you can learn from this stuff, all right? So you can slow down. A lot has been learned in the last 15 years about aging, a lot. And it's a holistic approach, right? It's not one thing. It's not just do this one thing. It's a series of things that you need to do. So please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. And also, try out the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. Now, you can take them separately, or you can take it with the Boomer Boost. I take it with the Boomer Boost to get the max benefit. Now, what's the difference between the heirloom barley and the Gladiator barley? The heirloom barley, will detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. By bringing down inflammation, you're going to help with your cardiovascular health. You're going to help with your immune system. And also, by bringing down chronic inflammation, you're helping with your brain function. Now, with Gladiator barley, you get all the benefits of heirloom barley, but you get one added benefit, and it'll help with strength. So if you're an athlete, younger or older, take the Gladiator barley. It'll help you build muscle and endurance and bring down inflammation so you're recovering quicker. Even if you're not an athlete and you're older and you need to build muscle because you start to atrophy once you turn about age 40, you need to build muscle. It's really important for your overall health. Taking Gladiator barley is going to help you do that. There's a big scooper in here. Take a full scoop or a half a scoop every day, and you take it with foods the same way as the Boomer Boost. Soft foods, filtered water. You can put it in a smoothie. It's up to you. All right? But take it once a day. Very important. Now, what I do is I take the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator Barley together. Now, why? It will help with strength, and you get that added benefit of bringing down inflammation. After that workout, you're recovering quicker. All right. You can mix this, stack it with Myotrol. I'll talk about later. And Myotrol helps with gene expression to build muscle. This is very important when you get older, or if you're an athlete, younger or older. So take the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator, and you're going to also control your A1C levels. That means you're controlling diabetes. So you're helping your heart and helping your blood glucose levels. This is powerful stuff. And it's not that expensive. All right. You take what I have in my hand is a month's supply. I guarantee you, if what you're spending for breakfast for 1 month or for lunch for 1 month costs more than buying Gladiator Barley and Boomer Boost together. So, and you're getting healthy, and you're losing weight, and you're controlling diabetes, and you're gaining muscle, and you're helping with your brain function. I'm pretty sure most of the foods that you're eating, with the typical SAD diet in America, is not helping your brain function. So please help support my work and help support your health by getting the Boomer Boost and mix it with the Gladiator Barley or the Heirloom Barley. But again, you get the max benefits if you take if you're doing the workout, taking the Gladiator Barley and the Boomer Boost together. I highly recommend it. It's a great way to lose weight. It's a great way to get healthy, and you get lots of nutrients and vitamins and amino acids, and it is a great compound. Now, I also take lignans on top of this, the collagen, the probiotics, right? So, I stack a lot, but some people can't afford that. I understand. So I try to lower the prices for certain items so you can stack them based on your affordability. Use discount 5, you get an additional $5 off. And if you spend $150 or more, you do get a free gift until supplies last. So I've done everything I can to tell you how to stack this stuff affordably to get healthy. This stuff works. You just got to do it. So please go to my store and get the Gladiator Barley or the Heirloom Barley and the Boomer Boost. The stuff is great to get healthy. And if you want to improve your sport that you're in, younger or older, taking this supplement is going to help you. All right. With that said, let's take a look at the news. Israel lets off warning strikes near Syria's presidential palace. Let's play that. That just came out.
Smart enough to beat the market? Then you're smart enough to know that even Renaissance Technologies, the world's most successful hedge fund.
This is the latest video we are getting for this breaking news alert. Learning bright and early on this Friday morning that the Israeli military, they did strike near Syria's presidential palace. Israel's Air Force striking near Syria's presidential palace this morning after warning Syrian authorities not to march toward villages inhabited by members of a minority sect in southern Syria. The strike came after days of clashes between pro-Syrian government gunmen and fighters who belong to the Druze minority sect near the capital of Damascus. These clashes leaving dozens of people dead and wounded. A lot to discuss this morning, so we want to bring into the conversation distinguished lecturer in terrorism and homeland security with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Ken, good morning. Always a pleasure.
Good morning. Glad to be with you again.
So we're following this breaking news, further showing that conflict in the Middle East far from over, Ken. We've been keeping a close eye on Hamas and Hezbollah, the Yemen Houthi rebels, keeping a close eye on Syria this morning, learning of these Israeli airstrikes near Syria's presidential palace. Set the stage for us, please.
Sure. And so, as you will recall, Syria has had conflict going on there where the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham has taken over the country. They, along with other Islamic fighters, pushing Assad out of power there and taking over most of the country. However, there are other factions within Syria that are not followers of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham that are still resisting against them. One such group is the Druze. The Druze are being attacked now by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which is now the government of this newly formed government in Syria. And so Israel has been launching attacks against Hayat Tahrir al-Sham to try to protect the Druze, but also trying to set up a barrier for Israel against the encroachment of this group for the Golan Heights. And so this latest attack is trying to protect the Druze fighters that were in the area there near the palace. Exactly what was struck, I don't know at this point what exactly the targets were, but it was attacks to support the Druze against this encroachment by the new government there in Syria.
Ken, thank you so much for that detailed overview. And as we further discuss this breaking news alert, a lot of the viewers wanting to know, okay, well, who authorized this attack? This just in from the Minister of Defense of Israel, Israel Katz, who says, quote, the Air Force attack on the presidential palace in Damascus, which the Prime Minister and I directed, is a clear warning message to the Syrian regime. When Julani wakes up in the morning and sees the results of the Israeli Air Force jet attack, he understands very well that Israel is determined to prevent harm to the Druze in Syria. It is his duty to protect the Druze in the suburbs of Damascus from attacks by jihadist rioters and to allow the hundreds of thousands of Druze in Swalda and the Druze mountains to defend themselves on their own and not to send jihadist forces into the communities. He goes on to say, quote, it is our duty to protect the Druze in Syria from harm for the sake of our Druze brothers in Israel and their loyalty to the state and their enormous contribution to Israel's security, end quote. Break this down for us, Ken. A lot to dissect from this quote this morning from Israel Katz, the Minister of Defense of Israel.
Sure. This is showing again that Israel believes that it has a duty to protect the Druze from the attack by this new regime there in Syria. Now, in many ways, though, Israel is extending itself long distances into Syria in an area that they don't need another front for. So it is somewhat surprising that they decided to undertake trying to protect the Druze from the attacks by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, but nonetheless, they have undertaken this hoping to turn the Druze into an ally with them in this area. Remember that the former government was no friend of Israel, and that when that got pushed out by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham and other forces, the country was somewhat up for grabs, and so Israel was trying to set up a protective border between the Golan Heights and Syria to keep an encroachment from Hayat Tahrir al-Sham from getting into Israel. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham has supposedly canceled their connections to al-Qaeda. However, Jolani himself was a member of Council for al-Qaeda. So I don't believe that connection has gone away. I think they are still supporters of al-Qaeda.
Ken, so many great points you raised this morning. And one of those points, many of the viewers share that sentiment, even those in the Israeli community that still are gathering in Hostage Square, demanding that the Israeli government bring the remaining hostages in Hamas captivity home. You mentioned how some feel that Israel might be overextending itself to aid other areas where Israelis are living. Some people do share that sentiment this morning. Could you break that down? Is Israel doing enough for their own people in Israel to get those remaining hostages home, or do you think they're doing what they need to do to aid Syria in this fight?
Well, Netanyahu has once again stated that he sees the destruction of Hamas as the priority over the remaining hostages. So while the new rounds of talks with Hamas seems to have stalled somewhat as far as trying to once again break the logjam here of getting hostages back to Israel. That nonetheless, that Israeli forces are once again spread throughout the entire Gaza Strip, where they are fighting Hamas in different areas. Hamas has no capabilities at all what they had at the beginning of the conflict here. So Israel has really hurt them, but nonetheless, they are once again playing whack-a-mole where they're popping up in different neighborhoods, and Israel is having to once again go into these neighborhoods to fight Hamas or to launch airstrikes against them. And so by no means is the conflict in the Gaza Strip over. They are still fighting against Hamas there, even though a greatly reduced capable Hamas.
Been great, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for the detailed overview and your perspective and expertise on all things Middle East conflict, specifically this breaking news alert.
All right, let's go to John Bolton. He's talking about Rubio's new dual role is absolutely bizarre. It's, you know, let's get his perspective on it. But before we do that, please help support my work by getting the great products I offer. But not just that, this whole show for everybody is to be interactive. If you have a question, please type it into the chat about the news that we're covering today. If you would like to request the mic on X Spaces, you can do so. I appreciate everybody's viewership, and you know, this is an interactive show. If you have any questions, let me know. But I have these great dual purpose deodorant bars. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've developed these deodorant bars. They're made from essential oils from the Himalayas. You can't get a better deodorant bar, all right? Now you can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. These deodorant bars are for males and females, and it's a dual purpose. It helps to detoxify your body as well as you're using it as a deodorant. It has no aluminum, no baking soda. Very high quality deodorant, but it helps to detoxify your body. Get a few bars for your household, help support my work. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you purchase $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. So please help support my work by getting these great, very high quality deodorants. Again, you can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work so I can inform the audience on how to improve their health and wellness. All right, let's go to John Bolton on CNN.
Perspective now from someone with firsthand experience serving as National Security Advisor for President Trump and experience being ousted by him, John Bolton, who held that role in the first Trump administration, and as we mentioned, also served as U.S. Ambassador to the UN years earlier, which is what Mike Waltz will be nominated for. Ambassador, good to have you on. Obviously, representing the U.S. and the UN is an important job. Do you believe Vice President Vance, his claim that Mike Waltz is leaving his job, not because of the signal scandal, but because the White House wanted to promote him?
No, I think
of course not. I mean, I think it really just shows how little about national security J.D. Vance knows. If you took 100 people...
No, J.D. Vance understands national security. And get real. But I do think that Trump is trying to smooth out the whole signal gate by instead of just firing Mike Waltz, spin it as, well, maybe, you know, you can be the ambassador to the UN. It's a lower tier position within the administration, and it does punish some of the activity that Mike Waltz did. He should have never have had that reporter on the Signal chat, group chat. But there's something a little bit more odd about Mike Waltz. I'm not so sure that he was ever really a true Trump America First guy. There's something about him that's just like, there's a, you know, if you use, let's say, a percentage of one's personality, I would say Mike Waltz's personality was 80% America First policy or maybe even 90%, but there was a 10% or 20% that was like, there was something else there. It was like a residual that seemed to be, that potentially could be going against Trump's policy. So it probably was a little too loosey-goosey, and he needed to be punished for it. So he ended up being the scapegoat. So Hegseth looks like he's still okay with this, and as long as Signalgate kind of just dies down, Hegseth probably will be still the Secretary of Defense. But if this ramps up and it starts becoming a further problem, then you may actually see the fall of Pete Hegseth too. If Trump just let the National Security Advisor go, Mike Waltz, and not try to put him in a different position, that would have been almost an admission by the Trump administration that there were improper acts that were going on with communication with Signal by his cabinet, which would further lead to investigations with Pete Hegseth. So the scapegoat for this whole situation is probably Mike Waltz, but I think that he was at fault anyways. Now, what I'm concerned about is the second Signalgate issue with Pete Hegseth. Why does he feel as though he has to share information with his wife? That I've never figured out, all right? Now, did he do something illegal? I don't know. But just using common sense, I don't think it was prudent for him to do it. Now, sometimes something's legal and it's not prudent, all right? But the thing is that Pete Hegseth needs to, learn from this and go, you know what? Optics are really important, not just can you do something from a legal basis. Optics is very important in politics. And I think that's something that Pete has not learned yet, all right? He's a little green when it comes to large organizational management. So, and that seems to be obvious. But that doesn't mean that he won't be a great Secretary of Defense. I think he will be a great Secretary of Defense, and he's a change agent that we need in the Pentagon. But he needs to stop doing stupid stuff. All right. So let's continue with Mike Bolton. That's my take on what's going on with Mike Waltz.
Who know anything about national security, Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever, and ask them objectively, do you think National Security Advisor or UN Ambassador is the more important job? I will bet a small amount, I will bet a large amount of money that 90 out of 100, if not 99 out of 100, would say National Security Advisor is the more important job.
By the way, you have a lot of credibility on this, given that you've held both of these positions. So in your opinion, having been the U.S. Ambassador to the UN, you say the National Security Advisor is a more important job.
I don't think there's any question about it. I love being UN Ambassador, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't compare. I think what Caitlin Collins just said about Trump making the decision this morning is interesting. That was my sense, that this news that Waltz was imminently on his way out, not that he was just a dead man walking and would go maybe in August or at some point, so that nobody could claim Trump had bowed to media or Democratic political pressure, and somehow it took on a life of its own, and Trump wanted to find a way to ease the passage that had a vacancy.
It's as simple as this. Bolton, all you got to do is cut to the chase. Trump made lemonade out of lemons. That's what he did. He had a lemon. The lemon was Mike Waltz and this whole Signalgate. He lost trust in him, and he needed to find a new national security advisor. He trusts Rubio, and that Rubio is doing the double duty as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor interim, because Trump lost trust with Mike Waltz. All right. But what he did was, instead of just saying this is a lemon and just throwing it out, it's like, well, maybe we can make some lemonade out of this. we need a UN ambassador because Stefanik is going to stay in Congress because they're worried about the majority for the Republican Party. So it was an awesome play. And that's how you do things. You look at, well, it may not work for this, but it may work for that. And you can see the way that Trump is thinking is very construction oriented. You may buy something, some material to build something. Let's say, a skyscraper, all right? And you bought some metal and it's supposed to be a certain size, but it comes in onto the work site shorter than what it needs to be. Instead of just throwing it away, you may be able to use that steel for another part of the building where that size is appropriate. That's what he did. If you look at what Trump does in the terms of construction and how to do deals in terms of raising funds to build a building, that's how he thinks. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's not any more complicated than that.
Nomination had been pulled, and somebody said, maybe Trump himself, hey, why don't we give the UN job to Mike Waltz? It was also pretty clear that they had not picked a successor, whatever the state of play in Waltz's departure was. An organized White House would announce the successor immediately, and the fact that they didn't have a successor showed they weren't ready to make the announcement. And to have Marco Rubio serve on an interim basis is just absolutely bizarre. I mean, compare this with Richard Nixon in the depths of Watergate, almost about to lose his job. He loses William Rogers as Secretary of State. He nominates Kissinger because he knows he can get Kissinger confirmed. There's only one Henry Kissinger, and then serving through Nixon's resignation. What kind of look is that for the Trump administration?
See how Bolton is like going, well, this must be like a Nixon kind of situation. Come on. What it is, there were people that were a little loosey-goosey with communication. Mike Waltz needed to be relieved of duty, all right? That doesn't mean that Mike Waltz wouldn't be a good candidate for some other position somewhere in the administration. I mean, we don't have a UN ambassador that has been confirmed because Stefanik was pulled out of that confirmational process. We need a UN ambassador, especially with all the crazy stuff that's going on in the world. Don't you think that we should have some sort of, stable representation at the UN? So maybe Mike Waltz, it would be perfect for that position. Instead of making it sound like Trump's administration is in the depths of some sort of, major Watergate scandal. Turning Signalgate into Watergate, I think, is a bit of a stretch, Bolton. Come on. And you know better. But I am dead positive. I am dead positive. The deep state is literally hiding in the mustache of John Bolton.
Office with a list of people she thought the president should fire. A number of Mike Waltz's people around him were part of that group who actually got let go before this. I don't know if this is a victory for her as well. You've been critical both of Waltz but also Pete Hegseth as defense secretary. I mean, Waltz at least has a background in what he was working on as national security advisor. Does it surprise you that Hegseth, who actually shared sensitive information on Signal about an imminent military operation, is still in that position?
Well, I think
big ideas don't come easy.
Well, I think he's a dead man walking too. I think they don't want to have two go at the same time. So I think Hegseth has more time. But we don't know exactly what influence Laura Loomer had in Mike Waltz's departure. But if she had any, this really is the inmates running the asylum. I mean, the notion that a person like that can have any influence over presidential personnel decisions.
Well, she wanted the NSA.
Extraordinary.
The NSA head out, and he was let go.
Yeah, that's extraordinary too. I mean, I think this is a point where I disagree with some of the analysts on what was the real cause of Walt's going, because I think it also says something important about Trump. People say with great confidence, "Oh well, you know, Waltz wasn't in tune with the president, and that's why he had to go." Well, who hired Waltz? I mean, who knows who's in tune with the president better than the president? This shows Trump had.
This is why I was saying that I don't think that Waltz was 100% aligned with America First. And Trump, I think, getting rid of Waltz actually is a lesson that he learned from the first administration. He had too many people in his first administration circling around trying to prevent him from doing what he needed to do. Now, maybe Trump trusts people and their opinion on who to put in what place without fully vetting them and getting a better idea if they're aligned to him. And he gives them the benefit of the doubt. But if they prove that they don't fit, then he discards them. All right? Now, that's kind of similar to a multi-story building with hundreds of units in it in New York, and you're finding tenants for them, for these units. Some of those tenants are going to be really good. Others are really bad. You're not really sure. So you may have to do something to get rid of those tenants. He applies his management style with the whole commercial and residential real estate and construction in high density areas like New York. That's his management style and the way he thinks. And it's to me, it's obvious because, you know, if you're an engineer and you build stuff, right, you understand the whole process of construction and the thinking that takes place during that design and, you know, doing the construction and the fundraising and all that and the program management and all this stuff. Trump is not that complex of a person to figure out. It's in the eyes of someone that builds buildings, raises funds for those buildings, and is knee deep in the construction of it.
No philosophy, no national security strategy, doesn't do policy. He hired Waltz and many other people because he expected fealty from them. And when Waltz exposed Trump to political liability because of the Signal group chat, that was all Trump needed. That was not sufficient fealty. That's what the cause of the departure is.
This is par for the course.
Mike Waltz should have never had that reporter on the chat. He screwed up. He should pay the price, period. Assuming that it wasn't hacked. But my understanding as of today is that his phone wasn't hacked. It was an accident and he put the person on the chat, or his staff member did. That's my understanding of this whole situation. But it should have never happened. And that's the issue. There needs to be some sort of punishment. Now, I don't think the punishment should be at Hegseth's level. The National Security Advisor screwed up. But I think that there is probably another component to this, and that is not fully aligned with the America First agenda. And you think that the deep state isn't trying to infiltrate the inner circle of Trump to slow walk his policies? Wake up. That's exactly what they did during the first administration, and why Trump was having lots of problems and lots of turnover, because the deep state thought they could control him. You can't control chaos. You got to just let chaos reach equilibrium.
I mean, this is exactly what you experienced, what you saw during the first administration in terms of how Trump makes decisions and particularly with involving national security foreign policy.
Yeah, these are random neuron flashes. This is not Trump playing three-dimensional chess. This is
Random neuron
this
flashes?
is Trump.
Wow.
Yeah, this is Trump playing regular chess, one move at a time, and no further ahead than that.
That's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, well, I must say it was a struggle to try and keep the wheels of government moving in the Trump administration. That's why I compared it to living inside a pinball machine rather than making.
Trump is radically shaking up the global order with the tariffs, trying to get manufacturing back, trying to create a peace deal in the Middle East, trying to create a peace deal with Ukraine and Russia, building up military prowess in the Pacific to check the potentiality of the CCP invading Taiwan. Those are some, and then going after huge institutions that are inculcating young people that will lead to political power. He's going after these elite institutions, trying to circumvent the programming that they're doing. This DEI and this wokeism and all this. And get the country back to God, country, and family. Those are big ideas. And he's doing it all at the same time. Now, go back to what I was saying before. His mentality with management is like real estate and construction. But when you're doing that, you're doing multiple buildings in multiple locations. So this guy, Trump didn't just build one building and then went and built another building. He built multiple buildings at the same time, and they all had different problems. Labor union problems, cost overruns, zoning issues, whatever it was. So he formed in his adulthood working in an environment that there's lots of action. Most people aren't exposed to that kind of situation unless you work on a lot of projects. If you've been a project manager and you worked on, not just one project, but lots of projects, or dealing with lots of suppliers, lots of vendors, and coordinating to build a sub-assembly. So I understand and appreciate what Trump is and what he's doing, because that's what I saw in automotive. It's different, but there's a similarity in terms of how to manage very complex systems and manage all these suppliers all at the same time. That takes a higher level of intelligence that most people aren't exposed to. Most people have like 2 or 3 or 4 tasks at work and then they do them. But when you have hundreds of tasks that traverse 4 or 5 years of construction, that's a total different type of leadership and managerial skill set. So Bolton's wrong about this. Trump is handling multiple things at the same time. If you say, he'll say something like, well, we'll see, because he knows that there's multiple things moving. We'll see how it plays out. Or, I'm paraphrasing what Trump says, but there's multiple variables playing out. This is a multi-variable calculus of what the administration is doing. It's not just a knee-jerk reaction. It is a reaction based on a changing set of dynamics. Bolton never built anything. Bolton is a poli-sci wonk that has military experience, but he's obviously not someone that has built something. I think he's a lawyer.
National security policy.
Ambassador John Bolton, thanks for being on. Perspective now from former Middle East and North Africa coordinator of the National Security Council, Brett McGurk, who served in senior positions under the last 4 presidents, including President Trump during the first term, and former senior advisor of President Obama and senior chief political analyst David Axelrod. So, David, does the vice president's claim that Waltz has been promoted? I mean, you had Ambassador Bolton, who's been the U.S. ambassador at the UN, saying it's not a promotion. Does it pass the laugh test?
It does not. I think it reflects the political need they had to, the president dispatched so many national security advisors in the first term that I don't think they wanted to concede that this was what it was, but it is. And, frankly, I haven't heard the president elevate the position of the United Nations ambassador. He doesn't think that much of the United Nations. They want basically Waltz got waltzed out of town to New York and out of the action. But I want to say one other thing, Anderson. Listening to John Bolton discuss this, the job of a national security advisor, and Brett is much more tuned to this than I am, but is to organize the national security process, to bring together a consensus among the various national security agencies. But the word process and Donald Trump just that doesn't go together. And it's whoever is in that job, and we'll see how Secretary Rubio fares in the interim, has to respond to the firing neurons, as Ambassador Bolton just said. That is really disconcerting, because you want a considered process, you want agencies to be working together and coordinated, and if you can't do that, it puts the nation at risk, I think.
Brett, I mean, as I said, you've served in foreign administrations. Can you just, how do you read this whole situation?
I think, Anderson, I was on your program a month ago after Waltz's staff was fired, his handpicked staff was fired. I think I said it's really untenable for him to stay in a position.
You did.
If you can't protect your own staff, you just don't have the authority. This is one of the most important jobs in Washington. You are basically, it's completely different than the Secretary of State job. I want to get to.
I'm telling you, if you've ever been on a construction site, either for a building or even building a car, there's a lot of activity going on. And there's feedback loops that are going on at a horizontal level where it solves the problem quicker than having a hierarchy. Between a hierarchical process flow versus a horizontal process flow. So to build stuff quickly, you need horizontal, not vertical. And what is happening here is you have these clowns that are on CNN, there's a process. Well, the thing is that if you have inculcated deep staters trying to slow walk the administration's agenda, that process is what the deep state needs to be able to slow Trump down. Even though Trump naturally is a horizontal guy. He wants to solve problems at a horizontal level, not at a vertical level. These clowns these clowns do not understand what the fuck is going on. Because they're part of this idea. There is a process. It's vertically integrated. There's a vertical process, and we'll have to we can slow walk it. This is where if you take away the power of the deep state, if you pull away and truncate, chop down some of these hierarchies, Trump's administration will be able to get things done quicker. So no, I disagree. Does it look like chaos? Yeah, but a job site looks like chaos. If you are renovating a large property, multi-year, it looks chaotic. You see it all the time in New York, all the time. You go down a major avenue and you'll see a major construction site. It's chaotic, all right? And there has to be adjustments because things change. But the thing is that over time, it keeps on building and building and building. Now, to prove my point, if you remember what Ivanka said back in the first administration, I believe it was the day after, or maybe that night, or a couple days after the inauguration, the first inauguration. Ivanka was at the White House outside. They had this platform that she was speaking. And she said, You know, America, you're going to see that there's you know, a tearing down of something. I'm paraphrasing what she said. You know, like a wrecking ball, you know, breaking things down. But what you're going to notice is that there is a build up of something new and much more stable. So the people that are used to just seeing something that is dilapidated, all right, yeah, it's there. But the thing is it's not as functional. So you have to tear it down and you rebuild. And during that tear down process and during the rebuild process, it's chaotic. And people are like wondering, is it ever going to come back? Are we ever going to have a bit? And that's what CNN is. Are we ever going to see prosperity in America? It takes time because we're doing the tear down. But then once you start seeing that superstructure coming up into the skyline, you start to see the future. And people that don't see this on a regular basis don't understand what I'm saying. The future is bright for America in the long term, but you're going to be going through growing pains. You're going to go through a construction site. You're going to go through a chaotic event or events. But the thing is that in the end, it's going to be much better. These clowns, they want the status quo because they benefit from the status quo. They don't want the tear down. They benefit from dilapidated buildings.
Because this face-saving switcheroo, and with Rubio becoming a national security advisor, makes no sense. But this job is not just diplomacy. It is the integration of intelligence, military, international economics. It is running the entire national security apparatus and facilitating the agenda.
Oh, so it's a nodal point. So if it's infiltrated by the deep state, it's an easy way to slow things down and to disseminate information to other deep staters on what's really going on within the Trump orbit. Now, do you understand why Waltz was kicked out? Because he was 20% not for America.
President, it is so important, and we're at a time now. This idea that this was maybe planned or promotion. Look at the national security crises here that are starting to pile up. You know, first of all, the president in about 10 days is heading on his first multi-day trip overseas to the Middle East. We have a crisis with two nuclear-armed powers, Pakistan and India, right now. Secretary of State Rubio was on the phone just yesterday with the Pakistan Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister of India. You have the Yemen bombing campaign. We're now in day 50, which the Signalgate kind of exposed the internal debate about that. Who is coordinating that?
Well, wait a minute. We had a deep state that allowed that to happen. We didn't have a government that went in and tried to knock out and use economic pressure on India and Pakistan to not go through nuclear proliferation. We didn't do that. We didn't take that stance. We allowed it to happen. We could have done sanctions on India. Say, you shut down the nuclear program or not. We could have knocked out the nuclear program in Pakistan. We didn't. Our national security state allowed it to happen. Because what they're doing is that they're wiring up the world to a point where if you don't do what the national security state wants, what will happen is that there's going to be some sort of nuclear detonation. And guess what? That's an erosion of our constitutional freedoms. You might as well throw away the Constitution then. Because what's going to happen is going to be martial law, and whoever is still surviving is going to starve to death, and the brass and important people will be living underground in some bunker. So that let me go one step further on this. One step on that, another step, and that is the reason why we need to destroy the nuclear capability of Iran and not pussyfoot around, because it's somewhat stable between India and Pakistan. You really think it'll be stable between Saudi Arabia and in Iran? Saudi Arabia has already telegraphed that if Iran goes nuclear, Saudis are going to buy a nuclear weapon. They already said that. So now you have a more nuclear proliferation in that region because of national security state fucked up.
Such crisis. You have Iran negotiations ongoing, the back end of which, if they fail, is a potential military strike against Iran. And the Secretary of Defense yesterday, Hegseth, just tweeted a real threat against Iran, with Trump backed up today. So, like, what's on the agenda is massive. It is important. This is our national security at stake. You need a strong national security advisor. You cannot be the Secretary of State and the national security advisor at the same time. That does not work. I'll say one thing. Secretary of State Rubio has a very good deputy in Chris Landau. Perhaps he can delegate to him as he takes on the duties of this new position, but you can't do both. It's not 50 years ago. It's not Kissinger, as Ambassador Bolton said. So they either have to get somebody in place in that job soon, or Rubio has to decide that he's really going to be the national security advisor and delegate to his deputy, because this can't work.
And David, the Defense Department Inspector General, by the way, is now looking into the second signal chat the Defense Secretary Hegseth took part in, which included his wife, his lawyer, and his brother. To you, as who worked in the Obama White House, does it make sense that Marco Rubio could be both Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor?
Yeah, Trump, yeah.
Brett was saying, this is not, the 60s. This is not the 1960s. It's not the Nixon administration.
Well, it didn't work that well then either, and Kissinger was a unique character. But one of the reasons it can't work is the job of the National Security Advisor is to mediate between the viewpoints of the various national security agencies. That's one of the jobs. If you represent one of the major agencies as the Secretary of State, can you be an honest broker in those discussions? Because the State Department may have a completely different view of a situation than the Pentagon does.
This saved me hundreds of dollars in missed appointment fees. Let me explain. I wasn't fully convinced this guy.
All right, let's live now. Looks like I think they were covering Rubio. So let's see what.
But first, a major announcement from the White House. Mike Waltz has been nominated now to serve as the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will now fill in as Donald Trump's national security advisor while continuing to lead the State Department. Now, in case you're keeping track, this means that Secretary of State Rubio is now the Secretary of State, the national security advisor, the acting USAID administrator, and the acting archivist. I mean, it's got a lot. Now, on ex-Vice President J.D. Vance actually was very funny, remarking, quote, I think he could take on a bit more. If only there was a job opening for a devout Catholic. When does conclave start? I think the 7th. Here now with more is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Mr. Secretary, you got to admit, that was pretty funny.
Well, we thought about it, but you have to, it's an unmarried Catholic male. You don't have to be a priest. People don't know that. Any unmarried Catholic male can be pope, but I got married and I'm happily married, so.
I know you are. And by the way, you got a great family, and your son's a great football player, and I know you're very proud, and you should be. Well, we've been friends a long time. Really, and I'm happy for Mike Waltz, by the way. I think he'll be a great UN ambassador, and we need one. And your wheelhouse has always been foreign policy. I've known you forever. This is your passion, your heart is here. These are consequential times. We've got Europe, we've got Russia, Ukraine, we've got the Middle East, we have Iran, and then we have this, our number one geopolitical foe, China. Let's start in Europe. Let's start with Putin. You said this week may be the deciding week for him. Clearly, the minerals deal yesterday was a big win for the president and the White House. Where do we stand with Putin?
Well, let's remind everybody, this is not our war. I mean, this is a war that started under Joe Biden. For 3 years it went on. They made no effort to sort of bring it to a conclusion. And it's a war that has no military solution. In essence, Putin can't take all of Ukraine. Ukraine can't push the Russians all the way back to where they were in 2014. And so the question here is, who's the only leader in the world that can talk to both sides and hopefully bring them to a deal? And that's President Trump. And that's what he's tried to do. For 100 days, he has done efforts to bring about peace, to end the killing, to end the dying, to end the destruction. That Ukraine, it's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars to rebuild that country. And so the president's tried. Look, we've gotten closer. We for the first time, we haven't known this for 3 years. We kind of can see what it would take for Ukraine to stop. We can see what it would take for the Russians to stop. The problem is those two positions are still a little far apart. And look, we're not going to give up on it in the sense that we're not going to be ready to help if we can. But there does come a point where the president has to decide how much more time at the highest levels of our government do you dedicate it, when maybe one of the two sides or both aren't really close enough, when we've got so many, and I would argue even more important issues going on around the world. Not that a war in Ukraine is not important, but I would say what's happening with China is more important in the long term for the future of the world. Obviously, Iran's nuclear ambition, all these other things that we have going on. So at some point in time, it either has to be something that can happen, or we'll need to move on. That'll be a decision the president will have to make.
Yeah, well, I will say this: the consequences are really dire in every situation that you're referring to. Let me go back to Putin for one more second. I mean, the mineral deal. I don't think we can I don't think we can overstate how important that's going to be for Ukraine's security, the relationship they will have now moving forward with the United States. That's a big part of the puzzle. It's important, I think, for people to understand in the 4 years when Donald Trump was president, from 2017 till he left office in 2021, no problems with Vladimir Putin. But in 2014, 11 years ago, that's when Crimea was annexed. When Joe Biden was president and Putin was amassing troops on the border, military equipment on the border, he's asked, well, what happens if he invades? Of course he was going to invade. He said, well, it depends if it's a minor incursion. And it makes you wonder, nobody ever dared to pick up a phone and even attempt or try to stop it from happening. That to me is unconscionable. In your heart, do you feel like you're close? I mean, you're in the middle of this.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you gave everybody that lesson, because that's not only did it happen in 2014 under President Obama, but during that time, the Obama administration refused to provide the Ukrainians any military weapons. They would provide them blankets and sheets and towels, but they wouldn't give them weapons. Donald Trump, when he was president the first time, provided them the weapons that actually helped stop the Russian tanks from taking Kyiv, even when he was no longer in the White House a few years later. This invasion would have never happened if Donald Trump were in the White House. But it did. It happened under Joe Biden. It happened just a few months after the fiasco in Afghanistan. And I think everyone realizes Putin saw that and said, now's my time to go. I have a weak president under Joe Biden. And he went. And this war dragged on for 3 years. Look, you ask how close we are. I think we know where Ukraine is and we know where Russia is right now and where Putin is. They're still far apart. They're closer, but they're still far apart. And it's going to take a real breakthrough here very soon to make this possible. Or I think the president is going to have to make a decision about how much more time we're going to dedicate to this. And you're right about the minerals deal. It's good for America because we've invested a lot of money in this war. It's also good for Ukraine because it's going to help them be able to develop their economy and rebuild when this war ends.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar where you can.
All righty. It's pretty amazing the amount of work that Rubio is doing, and I think that it's building up his resume to potentially win the presidency in the future. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotic. This probiotic is the veggie cap version. You also get turmeric with it. And take it every day, very high quality probiotic. I also have a powder version of a probiotic that I take because I take so many different powders. It's just easier for me to add it to my daily routine. So you can take the powdered version or the veggie cap version, but taking a good probiotic is really important for your gut health. Good gut biome is going to help with your metabolism. It's going to help with energy absorption. It's going to help with your immune system, reduce inflammation in the gut, and improve the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. And that will help with better health and metabolism and detoxification with your liver. In terms of the communication between your gut and your brain, you're going to have more mental acuity. You're going to not have as much brain fog. If you have a really poor gut biome, you're going to have brain fog, right? In addition, you're going to be less irritable. You're going to sleep better. And not just that. Evidence is showing through research in Europe where a good gut biome helps with overall brain function, and a bad gut biome can lead to early onset of dementia. Now, my father passed away recently from ischemic dementia. He was suffering from it for years, but he passed away recently. It's really sad to see a family member go through the dying process of dementia. It's not a good situation. So you need to do things that help with your health and your wellness and improve your bodily systems. And it's a holistic approach. You take the proper supplementation, you have the right diet, filter your water, stay away from processed foods, do exercising, cardio, resistance training, balancing and stretching, proper sleep, learn new things, talk to people, have mindfulness or spirituality. All these are very positive in terms of improving your health and wellness. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic either in the veggie cap form or in the powdered form. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. If you buy $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please help support my work and listen to how to stack these products so it improves your health and wellness and slow down the aging process and improve your immune system. All right, let's go to Bloomberg. They're talking about Harvard's tax exemption status might be.
And so this is undoubtedly something that if the administration were to proceed with revoking Harvard's tax exempt status, that you would likely see the university challenge that. And it's a process that would take years to play out between appeals and negotiations over what might happen here.
So the dum-dums like me are going to be like, what's the big deal? They have a big endowment. They charge a lot to tuition. Like, why do they need the status? And what's the actual argument?
So the endowment is helpful, but you can't really use it like an ATM or a piggy bank. The funds that are in there are mostly earmarked for certain programs, scholarships, certain schools, and so they can't just use that money as they wish to plug whatever gaps that they might have. Harvard is certainly in a better position to weather this storm than a lot of institutions. It's one of the oldest in the country and also the richest. But I still think the financial toll of this can be really significant, and it can affect how the university doles out financial aid. If they're not tax exempt, they would also have to pay property taxes. They have a lot of real estate, not just in Cambridge, but also in Boston proper. And that bill alone would be extremely substantial.
Yep.
And stripping Harvard's tax exempt status would deal a significant financial blow to the university. This is the Bloomberg reporting, which
It's not about the university, it's about the Harvard Corporation. The Harvard Corporation cannot afford to be taxed, to have their tax exemption status taken away from them, because the Harvard Corporation has always benefited from that. It's not about the university. These guys, these clowns. It's about the corporation. That's all that it means. That's all that this is about. And if you listen to when this whole Claudine Gay issue happened, all right, President Claudine Gay, had a very poor presentation in front of Stefanik, and Claudine Gay was thrown out from the presidency of Harvard, all right, still maintain a very high salary as an educator. I'm not sure if she's a dean or I'm not sure if she's a dean of one of the schools or not. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. But the thing is that she's still getting a paycheck, a very high level paycheck. It looks like Harvard paid her a salary at a high level to prevent a lawsuit. That's what it looks like. But the whole point is that she ran the university into the ground because of her DEI policies. And not only that, she wasn't that great of an academic within her field, where her skill set was managerial. She saved money for the university when she was running one of the divisions as dean. So especially when there was a budget shortfall, so that allowed her to elevate. But the thing is that she was thrown out. And ever since then, and during that whole process, I had some shows with Miss Taiwan and her giving her opinion on it. And she said, back in 2023 that the administration, a government or Congress was going to go after the tax exemption of the university. That's the Achilles heel of the university. It's not the grants, even though it would be harmful for the budget. It's not the research grants. It's the tax exemption. That's the Achilles heel of the Harvard Corporation.
Back in travel demand and concerns about consumer confidence. You've seen companies like Colgate-Palmolive, which makes toothpaste, with sales dropped about 3% in the first quarter, in part because customers are trading down from premium toothpaste options to sort of middle tier options. And that trade down effect is manifesting, in a number of different places across the consumer economy. And I think, it's just interesting. There was an argument a few years ago about could you see sort of a decoupling of the manufacturing sector from the rest of the economy, because
don't worry about getting your crappy toothpaste at the store. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver toothpaste that I offer. This is way better for you. Don't get that Colgate crap, all right? This has no fluoride. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation, help with the health of your gum line, and mitigate problems with cardiovascular system and your valvular system. Poor oral hygiene can lead to problems with your vascular system or your valves in your heart. You want to mitigate that. And you mitigate that by having good oral hygiene. And you're going to get the best oral hygiene by using this toothpaste. You can't buy a better toothpaste. There's nothing out there, nothing that you can buy that's better than this. Nothing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this toothpaste. It'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with that gum line. Really important to have good oral hygiene all the way through your life. Very important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get my toothpaste, get a few tubes of it, use discount 5, get $5 off. If you purchase $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. And stack this stuff the way I tell you to. If you stack it the way I tell you to, you're going to get healthy. And when you're healthy, you're going to have more vitality in your geriatric years. It's really simple. So don't worry about if there's going to be a short supply of Colgate at your grocery store. Because Colgate, I don't know if Colgate is, but, they may have some supply chain disruption. But the thing is that you don't have to worry about supply chain disruption. Get this toothpaste. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and you're getting a better toothpaste than that Colgate crap.
Side of this argument is the proper side of it. And so as we move closer to the date of the arbitration hearing and then a decision 3 months after that, our view really is unchanged. We feel very, very confident that Hess will prevail here.
Obviously, Guyana is a huge asset and would be so great for Chevron. So how quickly could that be accretive to you guys? Like, what would that integration look like?
Well, we've had plenty of time to prepare for
Yes,
integration, and so the teams have been working closely, and we're ready to move very quickly to integrate the two businesses. So once we get a decision, that can happen in a matter of days and weeks, not months or years.
Part of that also was you buying 5% of Hess shares on the open market. Two thoughts, and there are two very different thoughts. One is it just shows how much confidence you do have in the deal. The other thought is that it won't go through and you still want a seat at the table if the deal fails. Help me understand which side.
Well, the shares were trading at a discount to the value that we would exchange our shares for in the transaction, and so it made it economic just on the surface. We do have confidence, as I just expressed, and so that's really what sits behind that decision. It's a good company. Hess's performance has been exceeding expectations every quarter, really, since we announced this transaction. The business is being run well. Their stock has, we viewed it as a good investment back then. We view it as a good investment today.
That was Chairman and CEO Mike Wirth joining me earlier on earnings. And just for a recap, Chevron made a bid to buy Hess. Hess accepted. And then Exxon came in and said, no, we have right of first refusal to Hess's project in Guyana, which is a prolific oil region. And they've been in arbitration for quite a long time on that. We may get final result later on in this year. Vince Piazza heads up all our oil and industry coverage for Bloomberg Intelligence and joins me now. Vincent, what do you think of the answer that, nope, they got complete confidence? If Chevron doesn't get Hess, what happens?
Well, look, if Chevron doesn't get Hess, then someone of size would need to make a move on Hess, right? And, you know, Exxon suggests that it has these preemptive rights. And so if the arbitration goes in its favor, there will be a decision that needs to be made about that value and what that value is. And I would suggest to you that because of Hess's size, the number of suitors for Hess, whether it's the asset or the entire entity, is quite limited. And you need someone that has the heft, the balance sheet, the flexibility, the financial flexibility of an ExxonMobil. And so I think both entities have a solid case to be made. I've never heard of an acquisition being held up because of a shared asset.
No.
But
there's a book called The Quest by Jürgen. And I think it's Jürgen. And I read it decades ago, maybe 2 decades ago, maybe 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. But it's a great book about the history of oil. All right. Now, there is a pattern that comes with the oil market. When the oil price is elevating, there is more CapEx typically, as long as there's not regulatory problems with governments. But there's usually more exploration of oil, more money for CapEx for deep water drilling, fracking, and all that. When oil starts to suppress, which is what we have right now, we're below $60 a barrel right now. We're at 58.53. You start hearing the rumblings of mergers and acquisitions. That's what's happening here. Mergers and acquisitions.
They have the financial flexibility to push forward. Financially, they drew off about $9 billion of free cash flow, 8.8 to be exact. The cadence of buybacks remains the same. The dividend pace remains the same. So there is strength there in their confidence, in their decision to maintain those levels. Contrast that with what you heard from Chevron, and when you're throwing off roughly $1 billion of free cash flow, and you're trying to pay out dividends of 3 and do buybacks of another 4, the math doesn't compute, right? And so that pretends the decision to scale back the buybacks closer to 2.5 or 3 billion for 2025. Hey, look, you know, operationally, Exxon's in a strong position, especially in Guyana, especially in the Permian. You have Yellowtail likely coming on sooner than expected, most likely in 3Q. That's 250,000 barrels a day of growth capacity on a resource that has a potential of well in excess of $6 billion. But you can understand the attraction for both Exxon and for Chevron. And, you know, Exxon's in the driver's seat there. You have also for Exxon the Pioneer acquisition, the Permian Basin, which remains a strong, low-cost avenue for growth. So I'm not really concerned here if this dips below the $60 barrel range, especially when you have the balance sheet strength to push through that. Now, 15, 20 years ago, the economics were different, right? Leverage was a bigger source and also a bigger source of pain for these organizations as well. But for the most part, a lot of these names have gotten their balance sheets in the right size and the right shape.
Maturities are quite manageable in 25 and 26, so I don't see the pain coming from any type of balance sheet event. And for the most part, what we're telling the operators is, let's manage that production. We want to see the free cash flow being thrown off. We don't want this excessive accelerated growth that we saw during scale 1.0. We're in a different situation here. It's a mature industry. What we do want to see is much more capital discipline. And it's fine if you want to go out there and pay for an asset using your currency, using your equity, because your equity is valued higher than what a private equity sponsored company may be. And you can consolidate, integrate, and actually increase free cash flow going forward as well.
All right, Vince, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Vincent Piazza, he covers all the oil companies, E&Ps, as well as the big guys for Bloomberg Intelligence. We appreciate all of that insight. Shameless plug. You can check out my full Chevron interview on the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube. It's also available on Bloomberg.com, and you can also check it out on the terminal app.
All right, let's talk about another great stack here. Ashwagandha root will help to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. That's important, because what happens is when you bring down that cortisol level, you're helping your immune system and you're reducing stress on your body. If you have chronic cortisol levels, you're actually doing damage to your body and you're aging faster. That's the reason why if people are on glucocorticoids, they look that they're aging quicker. All right, so you want to bring down that cortisol level. That'll slow down the aging process and help with your immune system. Also, bringing down glucose levels. By bringing down glucose levels, you're reducing inflammation at the vascular level and also at the tissue level. And so by taking ashwagandha root, you're helping with your vascular system and your immune system. Turmeric is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals and bring down inflammation. That's good for your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Stack these together, you get the max benefits for your immune system and cardiovascular system. But you stack it with omega-3 and you're going to get additional benefits. Omega-3 helps to bring down systemic inflammation. Omega-3 helps to reduce stickiness of your red blood cells, so it helps to reduce clot formation. And omega-3 helps to control your lipid profile, lower LDL and higher HDL levels. That means that you have less plaque buildup. You have less inflammation, less oxidized LDL. That means less plaque. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the omega-3 as a stack, and help two systems, your cardiovascular system and your immune system, all at the same time. And also, when you work out, by taking the turmeric, you're going to recover quicker. So if you're not feeling well, let's say, it's the cold season and you contracted something, taking higher doses of turmeric is actually going to help you weather that storm by bringing down that inflammation. So those are some tricks that you can do to use these supplements in different ways. But a great stack for immune system and for your cardiovascular system is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the omega-3. Okay. Let's go to the trifold opposition. All right, let's go to Victor Davis Hansen. He published something recently.
By removing human emotion and bias from the equation, they're achieving the kind of consistent returns that traditional traders struggled.
Let's just review for a moment the opposition to the 100 days of the Trump administration. And it's actually, if you think about it, a tripartite, a threefold opposition. Pollsters, the media, and the Democratic Party and the institutionalized left. What is the one principle that ties them all together? Fear
that Donald Trump's first 100 days are not as chaotic and bad as they tell us, but we might be on the cusp of something that will be very, very successful and will ensure Donald Trump has a successful presidency. Hello, this is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal. At the end of the 100 days of the Trump administration, let's just review for a moment the opposition to it. And it's actually, if you think about it, a tripartite, a threefold opposition. Pollsters, the media, and the Democratic Party and the institutionalized left. The pollsters have Donald Trump down 4 or 5 points, but when you actually look at the Rasmussen poll or Mark Penn's poll, a Democratic centrist, Trump is almost even. And then when you look with greater clarity at the New York Times poll that has him way down, you see that only 37% of the people polled voted for Donald Trump. But Donald Trump won by almost 1.5 points. Don't you think it should have been, I don't know, 51, 49%? So they were deliberately, in the case of the New York Times, under polling Trump supporters. The same was true with the Washington Post. They polled over 2,000 people, but only 840 were identified as Trump voters. Shouldn't that have been half? So what am I getting at? We're getting right back to what happened in 2016 when the polls were completely wrong. The same thing happened in 2020 when they overestimated Biden's strength by 4 or 5 points. And then even in 2024, the NPR poll had, on the last day of the election, they had Kamala Harris winning by 4 points. The Des Moines Register had Iowa lost to Trump by 3 points. He won it by 12. So what the pollsters are doing, not that Trump hasn't lost some because of the controversy over the trade wars, but the pollsters are trying to create momentum, fundraising, and jazz up opposition. Then we turn to the media. The media is in a fight with the Democratic left now because of the scandal of Joe Biden. The Democratic left is saying, well, you were a journalist. If you thought he was demented or cognitively challenged, why didn't you report it? But the journalists are saying, we couldn't get close to him. He looked okay for us because you had him in such a guarded environment. In truth, they're both guilty. Do you remember those press conferences by Karine Jean-Pierre? Did anyone ever hear one question on those daily or 3 or 4 times a week press conferences? Miss Jean-Pierre, is Joe Biden cognitively able to navigate himself to the podium? What is the nature of his cue cards? Have you had a Montreal cognitive assessment of him? There was nothing. It was a combination of the Democratic Party, the Biden insider, and the media. And here's another point very quickly. The media has gained a lot of influence and power in the opposition because there is no opposition on the Democratic Party. So in lieu of an alternate agenda, the media has taken it upon themselves to use the only strategy that the Democratic Party can come up with, and that is to attack Donald Trump. Now, what do I mean by that? If you look at the Democratic Party and the left in general, they have boxed themselves in. On the one hand, they have no institutional power, no ability to pass legislation, losing the House and the Senate, no presidency, White House, no executive orders. Ultimately, all of the cherry-picked district and circuit judges will be overturned by a largely conservative Supreme Court. In lieu of actual power, then you look at what is the alternative. Maybe the alternative is a 1994 Newt Gingrich contract with America, an alternate agenda. Yes, we can do better on the border than you can. Yes, we have a better foreign policy with Iraq. There's nothing. There's no shadow government. There's not a young Bill Clinton ascendant. There's no young Barack. There's nobody. There's no leaders. There's no agenda. Nothing. It's nihilism. And so let's look at the third element. Do they have a good old days? Can they say Donald Trump ruined things? They were so good under Biden. The border was, we liked it open. 12 million, we could have got 20 million illegal aliens. Let's go back to that. We had a wonderful retreat from Afghanistan. Picture perfect. That we can do it again. The Iran, the theater war in Ukraine and Iran, that wasn't our fault. Maybe it was inevitable. We had a really good inflation. We had a little hyperinflation of 9%. So that there is no alternative good old days. They can't say Donald Trump wrecked something because they had wrecked the country. So what are we left with? We're left with Donald Trump wore a blue suit at the Vatican funeral. Donald Trump is a fascist. No, according to Governor Pritzker, he's a Nazi. No, according to Al Gore, he is a Nazi. No, according to members of the Congress, is he deserving of polite conversation? You have to use the F word, or maybe it's the SHI word. It's smutty mouth, potty mouth video. What is the one principle that ties them all together? We're going to talk about that in the next video, but it's about fear that Donald Trump's first 100 days are not as chaotic and bad as they tell us, but we might be on the cusp of something that will be very, very successful and will ensure Donald Trump has a successful presidency. Thank you very much. This is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal. Thank you for tuning in to the Daily Signal. Please like, share, and subscribe.
I guess just not today.
Well, if you read below the fold, if you flip to page 10 of the paper, maybe you start to see some tiny impacts of both trade policy and of DOGE policy coming through in the data. For example, there were 9,000 fewer federal employees showing up on payrolls. We did see, for example, hours of construction workers that were cut back. But across the board, if we think about actual headcount expansion, the payrolls report today was very favorable. As we think about the household survey side of the report, of course, Bureau of Labor Statistics asks households how many people are employed. They ask businesses how many people are on their payrolls. When we think about the household side of the report, a heck of a lot more people reporting that they're employed. The unemployment rate staying at a relatively low 4.2%. All of the headline numbers across the board are favorable for the Fed ahead of its meeting just next week.
The relationship between soft data and hard data is getting to be a little bit complicated here. And I want you to hear the take from the White House on this. We heard earlier on Bloomberg TV and radio, Stephen Myron chairs the U.S. Council of Economic Advisors, one of the president's most important economic voices inside the White House. Here's what he said.
There's been an ongoing disconnect between the hard data and the soft data, and the hard data continues to perform very well. 177,000 jobs last month, a beat of 40,000 jobs. That's the president's second jobs day beat in a row. And on top of that, you've got 11,000 construction jobs, expanding construction sector in spite of the president's crackdown on the border.
Okay, so a couple of things there, by the way. Referring to, I thought this was Biden data. It's the White House has been saying, just says that was Trump's second beat. But let's get to the actual matter at hand, Stuart. Will the soft data catch up to the hard data, and when?
I think that consumers, I think that businesses, when they're surveyed, are going to remain relatively pessimistic. I do want to pick on Stephen Myron just for a second when he pointed out that 11,000 additional construction workers were added to payrolls despite the tariffs that were put in place. We did see a decline in aggregate hours worked in the construction industry, so there's less worker intensity despite the increase in headcount. And as he pointed out, maybe this is downstream from immigration policy, we did see a material increase in native-born employment and a decrease in foreign-born employment. So construction might be one of these vectors in the payrolls report where you're just getting a rotation toward documented workers artificially buoying the payrolls. Now, that's a very technical thing, but to the extent that workers are experiencing some sort of a boom in demand for labor on this great day where we saw 177,000 jobs, it might not be as material of an effect in terms of workers' experiences, in terms of demand for labor. It could be just sort of a little bit of a rotation towards documented workers that are buoying the numbers. And so sentiment can remain relatively unfavorable because experienced conditions on the ground are not as good as the numbers might suggest. And I expect it to remain that way, especially with policy uncertainty so high.
Yeah, well, this is important. Now, as the White House trumps the data, pun intended, the other side of the coin, illustrated by Senator Elizabeth Warren. Stewart, she's out with a statement saying, today's jobs data shows the labor market is still slowing down. In 3 months, Trump and his chaotic tariffs shrunk our economy and raised prices, slowed private sector job growth to its lowest point in 9 months, and pushed continuing jobless claims to levels not seen since the pandemic. Is she right?
I think that that's a particularly unfavorable reading of the data. I think, again, like I think that if you look below the fold and you flip onto, maybe even page 10 of the paper, you start seeing some of the effects of policy decisions showing up in the data. I think that overall we are seeing a cyclical slowdown as consumers are stretched, as businesses are adjusting their investment expectations, their sales and revenue expectations for quarters ahead. I think that that's what's going on, is that this is part of a larger cyclical phenomenon that is being affected to some degree by this reorientation of the global commercial order. Right. But to the extent that Trump's policies are to blame for a modest slowdown in the headline number of jobs added, I think is rather unfavorable. We would expect that from Elizabeth Warren. We know where she is, on what side of the political aisle. I think that if there were to be a more precise critique of the data, and if we could infer anything about the future from it, it's that wage growth slowed, average weekly earnings slowed, average weekly earnings growth slowed. And if we're looking out to personal income growth, the month of April is likely to just be about 0.3%, which is pretty cool. It's not the sort of thing that's going to support real spending growth for the year ahead. And that would be the thing that's more troubling. Uncertainty weighing on hiring, earnings, and spending plans.
Mm-hmm. Well, you heard the two polar opposites there, the view from the White House, the view from Elizabeth Warren. The fact of the matter is, Elizabeth Warren and Donald Trump agree on one thing. They both think the Fed should be cutting interest rates. If we didn't have this tariff overhang right now, if none of that concern was in the water, you look at the actual hard data we have, would the Fed be cutting?
If you look at the telemetry for the S&P 500, we're just under 5,700. We're at 5,695. So we're going to probably see it break 5,700 today.
And if anything beyond tariff policy would be affecting the Fed's thinking right now, it would be immigration policy and tax proposals. So what we're going to end up seeing ultimately with the budget plan, tax proposal coming out of the West Wing. And both of those would point to more inflation pressures and a tighter labor market. So it probably would net out to the Fed remaining on hold, even if we were to remove everything in terms of trade policy. I don't think the Fed would really be inclined to cut rates at this point.
Understood. Do we hear any new wrinkles at the Fed meeting next week? This is going to be an interesting time for the news conference when we're talking every day about a different story on tariffs. Before we started the program, red headline, Beijing now weighing a fentanyl offer to the U.S. to start trade talks. The markets love this. We get to new highs for the day, but Jay Powell's just sitting there holding the bag while he's waiting for news.
That's right. I think that all things considered, all the news is going to be made out of the West Wing. It's not going to be coming from further down on Constitution Avenue at the Federal Reserve. I think that it's going to be a relatively boring meeting. No change in interest rates. We're not going to get any news about the Fed's balance sheet or the pace that it is normalizing its balance sheet. I think that anytime somebody asks about political pressure coming out of the West Wing to either replace Chairman Powell or to cut interest rates, Chairman Powell is going to stay mum, and he's just going to say that he's going to keep doing his job while he's in the post.
We'll find out together next week. Special coverage of the Fed meeting and the help of Stuart Paul. It's great to see you, Stuart. Thank you and have a great weekend. U.S. economist, Bloomberg Economics, on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
play this Alan Dershowitz video that was published about 15 hours ago. But before we do that, let's talk about a quick stack that will help with your cardiovascular health and your bone health. D3 and K2, taking them together is going to help absorb calcium. And when you do resistance training, it's going to help you deposit new bone matrix so your bone density will improve. So stack the D3 and the K2 together, very important. D3 also has an added benefit. It's a cofactor for gene expression, very important. So D3 works even better when you take magnesium in your diet or through supplementation. You can get magnesium from my store via the vitamin C and magnesium, the magnesium and zinc supplement, or the Boomer Boost. There's 3 different ways. So take the K2, the D3 together, do resistance training, taking calcium, and build a higher density bone. Also, D3 and K2 helps to reduce calcium depositing around plaque. So taking D3 and K2 will help with the cardiovascular. Now, an added benefit of doing the cardiovascular health is taking nattokinase. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic, so it's going to break up clots, and nattokinase helps to improve your lipid profile. It'll help to lower LDL levels and help to increase your HDL levels. Really important to take every day. You can take it separately, but like I said, you get an added benefit when you stack it with D3 and K2. So go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Stack this, help with your cardiovascular health, do that resistance training, and you're also going to be building up more bone density. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's go to Alan Dershowitz here.
The #1 hair regrowth shampoo just dropped to its lowest price ever. If you've been wanting to try Spartan Root Activator Shampoo, the breakthrough shampoo that's helping thousands of men.
The Der Show. The problem is the administration has to figure out a way of targeting defunding and making it clear that, yes, we're going to give research grants to cure cancer and reduce diabetes and Alzheimer's. Yeah, we're going to do all that. We're not going to take that away from you unless you aren't real scientists, unless you're introducing DEI as criteria for who to hire to try to cure cancer. You're not going to cure cancer with DEI. You're going to cure cancer with meritocracy. So, that very, very important to target the defunding. Again, for me, the question is Harvard defend or defund? And I would do both. I would defend Harvard's right to get grants for public interest scientific research, but I would defund efforts to try to have places like the Carr Center or other advocacy centers that have little or nothing to do with academics or the public interest. So that's the challenge. That's hard. And the other challenge is, if you're the president of Harvard, and Alan Garber is a very decent guy and a very good president, you have many constituencies to answer to. Your left constituency, your constituency that's woke and progressive and virulently anti-Israel, is going to demand that you resist Trump no matter how much it costs the university, because they don't care about cancer research. On the other hand, you'll have moderates on the faculty that'll say, wait a minute, let's sit down and try to negotiate this. And so the university administration, with its corporations, board of this, board of that, the corporation is headed by pretty woke, progressive, left-wing people as well. And so you have pulls and tugs in different directions. In the end, the best interest of Harvard and the best interest of the United States and the best interest of the Trump administration would be to compromise, to negotiate, to settle. And I think part of Harvard wants to do that. That's why it retained 2 lawyers who are settlers, who are negotiators, and who are close to the Trump administration. They send a very powerful and important message. to sit down with us. Don't overstate the importance of that public letter that we wrote, because the letter, of course, was written for the faculty, and it's gotten tremendous support from the faculty and from faculties all over the country. Harvard is the hero, even though many of the things they did were wrong, and many of the things they're now doing to try to.
The sad thing is that many of these liberal faculty members at Harvard, they're willing to tank the institution for their ideals. They're wrongful-headed ideals, but they're willing to tank the university. And there was a news announcement where faculty members, I believe, signed an agreement where they were willing to donate 10% of their salary. All right. Well, the university may have to cut salaries because of their budgetary problems. So it's amazing how they spin it that they're going to donate 10%. Well, really, Harvard needs to cut their salaries. But literally, if they keep on playing chicken with Trump on this, the university may lose the corporation may lose its tax exemption status. That's a big problem. But the liberals don't care. They don't care. They don't understand. They don't understand. They're literally taking the institution. Now, Brina, that was on the Hill, she was kicked off the Hill. Black host that was with Robbie. But she said something on stage that people didn't like, and they fired her. What she said, I'm not really sure. But the point here is that she was double Harvard College, Harvard Law, and she literally hated the university. She wanted to take down the university. That mentality of these woke individuals, crazy. And the same thing, they're willing to destroy the country for their ideals. They're willing to break. They want to break the system, either educational system, their university, or even the government. These are very dangerous people, and they're not affiliated with God, country, and family. Trust me on this, they're not, and they cause havoc and disruption. When I'm talking about total chaos, it's not Trump. It's the woke movement in the United States. That's total chaos.
Did in the past are right. And there are faculty members who would say to Harvard, continue to move toward meritocracy if you can. Continue to move away from DEA. Continue to move away from institutes like the Carr Center. But don't do it because the Trump administration made you do it. Do it because it's the right thing to do. Harvard had a chance to do that. And it did move in the right direction in some instances. It was better than other schools. It settled 2 lawsuits brought by Jewish students and agreed to certain principles which many faculty members disagreed with. And did the Trump administration give Harvard enough time and enough flexibility to try to do it on its own? No, I don't think so. I think that it would have been better if the administration had said to Harvard, look, let's sit and negotiate for 6 months. Now, there may have been a slip here. There's some theory and some data to support the theory that the letter that was sent to Harvard was sent precipitously, that maybe it wasn't intended to be sent to Harvard, maybe, and the letter that Harvard sent back, both seemed overly provocative. And when you have a negotiation, usually it takes 2 forms. There are the public statements, macho, we're not settling, we'll never give in. And then there are the behind-the-scenes settlement negotiations. I know I participated in some of them. You get on the courthouse steps and you say, this is a matter of principle, we'll never give in. And then 2 hours later, you're sitting down and negotiating and trying to see where the other side has some willingness to move. Look, in the end, this case is going to be settled. In the end, this will not get to the Supreme Court. I don't think. I think in the end, wiser minds will prevail. If it gets to the Supreme Court, I'm going to make a prediction. Harvard will lose for the most part. The president of Columbia, who's a constitutional law expert, Lee Bollinger, he predicted that Harvard would win. I don't think he's right. Time will tell. Others have been advising Harvard that they will win. I would not give them that advice. They might, and they will win some procedural battles, but the war, the big war as to whether you're obliged to continue to fund a university with a $53 billion endowment, that is not a winning issue, either in the court of law or in the court of public opinion. The tax exemption issue, there is a case right on point, Bob Jones. Unless the Supreme Court overrules that case, which it could do, you never know, or unless Harvard can demonstrate to the satisfaction of the IRS and who has burdens on this are very, very unclear, that they don't discriminate against Jewish or Asian students. I think they still do. They will be in danger of losing their tax deferment. And will the Supreme Court really tell universities, or will the Supreme Court tell administrations and the State Department that they have to give visas to any students who want to come study at Harvard? I don't think so. So I don't think this is a winning strategy for Harvard and other universities. It may be a winning strategy with the faculty at Harvard. It may be a winning strategy even with the students and with some administrators. But in the end, I think both in the court of law and in the court of public opinion, the risk that Harvard will lose more than it wins is very considerable. So if they ask my 60-year experience as a lawyer, I'd say negotiate, settle, resolve this thing, give in on some, don't give in on others, compromise on thirds, do what is done so often in cases involving equally important issues. And this is a very important issue. So let's see where it goes. I'm interested in this because all the things I'm interested in, free speech, First Amendment, discrimination against Jews, and Harvard University, where I've spent my life for the last 60 years, all are at stake there.
All right, let's talk about the first pillar of my core protocol here, really quick. Max 14, Max 35, or cleanse, which is 30 parts per million, all at different price points. You take it the same way. Take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle 20, 30 seconds, then swallow. What that will do is help the epithelial lining in your oral cavity and your oral pharynx and support your immune system. You should take it every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day and then go back to your maintenance dose once you feel better. But take the cleanse, the Max 14 or the Max 35 every day. And that way you're boosting up your immune system. Now, another really important stack is myotrol and the digestive enzyme. So you're helping with your muscles and you're helping with your pancreas at the same time, all right? So myotrol, very important to take, especially if you're 40 years of age or older, to be able to build muscle and to maintain muscle. This will help with gene expression to build muscle. It has flavonoids, polyphenols, and lignans. Take this every day, do resistance training, and it'll help to build muscle. If you're an athlete, younger or older, you should be taking myotrol to help with your sport. This stacks really well with gladiator barley. So that way you're building up muscle with the high density protein. You're doing the gene expression. Now, digestive enzyme complex helps with pancreatic health. It lessens the load on your pancreas. Your pancreas produces enzymes to break up food. Now, digestive enzyme complex will help you break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Reduce the load on your pancreas, and you'll be able to absorb your nutrients. If you're an athlete, you can take digestive enzyme complex to break up your fuel source for your sport and lessen the load on your pancreas. Very important to take. This also has enzymes to break up glycoproteins. That's important. Remember 2020? And also bromelain. Bromelain is fibrinolytic, so it breaks up clots. That was the reason why I said take digestive enzyme complex in 2020. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the digestive enzyme complex, stack it with the myotrol, and this would be a good stack for targeting building muscle and helping with your pancreatic health. Please go to my store, use discount 5, and you'll get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more on any order, you'll get a free gift until supplies last. All right, with that said, let's, I want to take a look at the issues in the news here with Harvard, and let's take a look at today's postings. Trump calls to revoke Harvard's tax exemption now. Play that. The Hill. I want to play this one from The Hill.
If you've been thinking about using turmeric for liver support, give this a watch.
The turmeric is oil soluble, which means it's not going to absorb in the lining of your gut.
President Trump's beef with Harvard heats up. The president announcing Friday he plans to strip Harvard University of its tax-exempt status. Trump writing in a social media post, "We're going to be taking away Harvard's tax-exempt status. It's what they deserve." It's the latest move by the Trump White House as part of an escalating feud with the Ivy League school, and comes days after this exchange between Trump and Education Secretary Linda McMahon.
What's the word as of this morning on, let's say, Harvard?
Well, we're negotiating with them. When we went back to them to say we'd welcome them back to the negotiating table, their response was a lawsuit. So Pam and her team are helping work with that.
The White House threatening funding at top schools seemingly as a way to pressure them over DEI initiatives and other issues. Harvard has pushed back, suing the Trump administration last month after the federal government canceled billions of dollars of its funding. Harvard is the only Ivy League university targeted by the president. Last month, Trump telling reporters in the Oval Office other schools could be in the administration's crosshairs.
But tax exempt status, I mean, it's a privilege. It's really a privilege. And it's been abused by a lot more than Harvard. It's something that these schools really have to be very, very careful with. Very anti-Semitic when you take a look, whether it's Columbia, Harvard, Princeton. Take a look. I don't know what's going on, but when you see how badly they've acted, and in other ways also, so we'll be looking at it very strongly.
While the administration has floated a wider crackdown, DOGE cuts are starting to impact the IRS. Nearly 20,000 employees of the federal agency are reportedly taking the administration's buyout offer.
Alrighty. Wow. Take a look at something here. Senior faculty pledging to donate. All right, this is the 10% donation that I was talking about.
With Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, you can pick up the tab even when you forget your wallet.
Fargo, send cash $145 to the sale.
Snap. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Dozens of Harvard University faculty members, they're pledging to help the school throughout its legal fight with the Trump administration. They're pledging 10% of their yearly salary to counter the financial consequences that Harvard is now facing. NBC 10's Eli Rosenberg is joining us live from Harvard. He's got more on this story. Eli?
So, Colton, more than 80 professors and counting have joined this pledge, donating more than $2 million plus. That number also expected to grow. Talking with professors on campus today, they say this is as much about the message as it is about the money. Tonight, Harvard University is a campus still reeling. Funding uncertainties, a hiring freeze, and students, particularly international students, in limbo.
In my own class that I just finished teaching, it was more than half foreign. I had students who couldn't sleep, who were having trouble working. That's where I feel it.
A week after Harvard sued the Trump administration, looking to reinstate more than $2 billion in federal funds. More than 80 professors say it is time to do their part.
One thing about defending democracy is democracy doesn't come for free. It takes sacrifice.
So now those professors sending Harvard's president an email yesterday afternoon pledging 10% of their salaries for a year. The money, they say, will be used to help Harvard fight back against the Trump administration.
I'm an economist and a business person, so I think, money on the line shows that I mean it. Everyone I talk to is really rallying around.
It's one thing to sign a petition. That's pretty easy to do. But to voluntarily reduce your salary by 10%, that's not so easy for most people to do.
It is not clear yet where exactly the money, estimated to be more than $2 million, will go. But these professors say the need is apparent and worth signing up for this pledge.
So we're all part of this community, and we're all trying to take up defense of this community together, especially those of us that have the means to do so.
And organizers say those not in a position to donate 10% are donating less, some donating their time too in the form of extra work. And these professors say in a lot of ways this campus has felt divided in recent months, now united in this shared effort. Live in Cambridge, Eli Rosenberg, NBC 10 Boston.
All right, let's see here. Okay. Bloomberg is on break, so let's do a quick market plug when they come back. All right. Well, here they're back, so let's go back to Bloomberg.
All gaining the best level of the session right now on the S&P, right to the numbers up 92. That is a gain of 1.6%. Dow Industrials up 621, higher by 1.5%. And Nasdaq up 333, now higher by 1.9%. S&P, by the way, on track for its 9th day of gains, longest winning streak if you're keeping track. And yes, we are here at Bloomberg in over 20 years. Today's rally driven by strong jobs data and progress on international trade talks. Again, the S&P keeping it all in context, up 1.6%. 10-year at 4.32%, with a 2-year currently yielding 3.83%. Spot gold down $7 the ounce, a drop now of 0.2%, 32.32 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, 58.33 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down by 1.2%. 97,579 on a Bitcoin. Fresh data today on manufacturing as tariffs loom over the economy. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Skinny Dow Judice.
The government's data are lackluster at best. Factory employment dipped in April, though the overall U.S. economy added jobs. Factory orders for business equipment in the meantime barely budged. Total orders were up, though, led by aircraft. The reports follow Thursday's disappointing numbers from the Institute for Supply Management. The ISM said factory output posted the biggest drop in 5 years in April. Any Dow, Judice Bloomberg.
Take-Two Interactive shares down 5.6% as the gaming company pushes back the release of the next Grand Theft Auto version to next year. Again, Take-Two lower by 5.6%. And shares of Block Inc. are plunging the most in more than 5 years after the digital payments company that's led by Jack Dorsey posted first quarter results below analyst estimates. Right now, we've got shares of Block down by 20.8%. Ticker, by the way, XYZ. Recapping, S&P up now by 1.6%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again for host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Live in New York, Charlie Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway, with us here on the fastest show in politics. Quite the rise in the markets here following that headline of less than an hour ago coming from the Wall Street Journal about an overture from Beijing when it comes to trade, one of the president's most important issues, not just trade and tariffs, but also fentanyl, maybe an off-ramp here from China, according to the Wall Street Journal. Wall Street is not waiting around to find out with new highs for the day. With us now, a little bit earlier than usual, is my partner, Kaylee Limes, here on Balance of Power for an important conversation that we're going to have with Mallory McMorrow. It's been an interesting day here in news, though, coming off the data this morning, the news from China. Maybe we'll get some more clarity on this. I think it was Kevin Hassett yesterday who said there was trade news coming. We didn't get it yesterday, but that doesn't mean it can't happen on Friday.
Yeah, so they keep us waiting. And of course, this news from the Journal comes after the Chinese Ministry of Commerce signaled that it is evaluating whether or not to open talks with the United States on trade overall. But the fact that this reporting suggests they're looking at fentanyl specifically speaks to the very myriad range of issues that the U.S. is using tariffs to address with China. It is not just about their overcapacity in terms of supplying the global markets and what he sees as a way too large trade deficit. It's also about things like fentanyl. And as we always have, it's a question of how much tariffs are intended to address those issues, or how much it is about onshoring U.S. manufacturing, benefiting American workers, because that was the argument, of course, he was making as he celebrated 100 days in office in Michigan last week.
That's right. Well, it brings us to the dichotomy that we were talking about a little bit earlier this hour. And Michigan is a great example of that when it comes to auto tariffs, for instance. In the C-suites, and we've heard from Mary Barra, we've heard from the executives at all of the major U.S. automakers. Jim Farley certainly had strong feelings about tariffs. This is a massive disruption in their supply chains and potentially in their business. They're pulling guidance. But when you talk to auto workers on the manufacturing floor, they love this idea. And many of them voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's right. Sean Fain, who leads the United Auto Workers, has been wholly supportive of the idea of auto tariffs specifically. And it becomes a question of, is it something that is different for the companies than it is for the workers who are actually putting together these cars? And of course, that is a key constituency in states like Michigan.
Well, this is the backdrop for our conversation that we've been looking forward to and telling you about. Mallory McMorrow is with us, Democratic Michigan state senator, and now a candidate for U.S. Senate, having been framed repeatedly as a rising star in the Democratic Party. Mallory McMorrow, welcome to Bloomberg. It's great to have you with us. As we have this conversation about trade and tariffs specific to Michigan, just want to ask you more broadly. This past election saw Michigan elect Elissa Slotkin and Donald Trump on the same ballot. When we consider the message that you're honing now as a new generation on the campaign trail, what is it that national Democrats misunderstand about your state?
Michiganders are fiercely independent, and it's so great to be with both of you to share a little bit more of why. You know, this is a state that in the 1980s had 5 of the top 10 metro regions in the entire country for median household income. So this idea, this vision of Make America Great Again, I think was compelling to a lot of Michiganders who remember vividly when we were the most prosperous state in the country. And there was a longing to recapture that prosperity. And the question is how? So I think that is a reason why many Michiganders may have voted for Donald Trump, but also see the appeal in somebody like Elissa Slotkin, somebody who is no BS. She will tell it to you straight. She brings a strong national security background with her work in the CIA. And I think a lot of Michiganders respect the fact that Elissa served under both Presidents Bush and Obama in a moment where we see nothing but division. People want to see their elected leaders work together. So my campaign is really centered on this idea of making a new American dream, acknowledging that we can't recreate the prosperity of our past by going backwards, and leaning into my own story. I'm a millennial who graduated right into the recession. I had no job prospects. I had no health insurance. I lived in the back of my car for a few nights, applied to 300 jobs, and I talked to Michiganders across this state who share that sentiment and frustration of having done everything right and still feeling like they're behind and they're not getting ahead and they don't have stability. So this is going to be about 3 things: success, safety, and sanity, and writing that new American dream together in a way that people can see themselves in, that isn't just about Donald Trump. It's not about, relitigating what he's doing or not doing. It's about what our future looks like.
Well, and we do want to get into the fact that you are a millennial and kind of the generational question now at play with the Democratic Party and what you might represent. But to touch back on your point around prosperity and what it will take to return it, for those who were gathered at the rally in Macomb County earlier this week, as Donald Trump talked about the Reagan Democrats and the auto workers who he thinks his policies will benefit, what is your message to that particular part of Michigan's constituency that you are seeking to represent, who feel like these policies actually would serve to benefit them?
There is a world where a thoughtful trade policy, thoughtful tariff policy could do things like bring a 3rd or 4th shift back on some of our manufacturing facilities that have laid workers off or have idled. But what we're seeing now is the broad, expansive tariffs that went on after the announcement of the auto tariffs on everyday goods, from clothes to coffee to bananas to diapers, is going to devastate workers. So the approach that I have, that I hope Michiganders hear, is that we have to be thoughtful as we put policy forward and not have this approach that I think we've seen out of the Trump administration of ready, fire, aim, of let's just announce things, see how they go. And I think Michigan, really for the rest of the country, is a canary in the coal mine. We saw some strong jobs numbers come out this morning. However, Michigan has the second highest increase in unemployment in the entire country. Our unemployment rate is sitting right now around 5.5%. We've seen layoffs at Stellantis, at suppliers, at small business owners, and we see that ripple effect play out where, over in Long Beach, the longshoremen put out a really critical, strong letter about the impact that this is going to have to jobs in the economy if we don't see some measuring in the approach to tariff policy. So I am heartened by some of the news out of Beijing that you just mentioned, but we're going to have to see some stability and not the chaos that we've seen so far.
There's a question about whether to engage right now. James Carville would say Democrats should hibernate, give Trump the rope. Governor Gretchen Whitmer was criticized, as I'm sure you saw, by a lot of Democrats for coming to Washington to meet with President Trump. There was a bit of an awkward Oval Office appearance, but then days later we learned the Selfridge Air Base would get a new fighter wing, which she lobbied for. So is your governor actually the smartest one in the room?
I think what people want to see right now is that not only how to fight, but when to fight and when not to fight. Governor Whitmer is in one of the most difficult positions that I think any governor is in the country. We have seen a president who is willing to carry out vengeance and retribution on governors who dare to stand up to him. We saw this with Governor Mills and Trump rescinding funding from her state. So Governor Whitmer has a track record of standing up strong against Donald Trump, but at the end of the day, she has to protect and deliver for Michiganders. So she went out to that Oval Office meeting to advocate for a new mission at Selfridge Air Force Base in Macomb County, and we saw that come to light last week. And at the end of the day, what I'm hearing from Michiganders is that they are grateful that she understands when to work with him. I think when to work against him, maybe stand up to him. She's not compromising her values. She's still a strong advocate for reproductive rights, for women's rights, for voting rights, all of the things that we need to stand up for, but also knows that, Selfridge Air Force Base delivers $880 million of economic activity in Southeast Michigan and for our state. That is essential for the success of our state. And she knew the only way we were going to get that was by meeting him, by flattering him. And she did that and did it successfully.
As you talk about values here, Mallory, and kind of the values that do unite the Democratic Party, I think we all also know that there are plenty of fissures within the party itself, especially in the aftermath of the 2024 election. And in the contested primary in which you are competing, including against the incumbent Congresswoman Haley Stevens for that Senate seat, does that risk bringing to light some of those deep fissures? And I wonder what part of the Democratic Party you see yourself representing here?
I don't think so. One of the things that I believe has been frustrating for voters across the political spectrum is feeling like the parties are making decisions for them, that voters do not have a choice as to which their preferred candidate is. I think that was some of the frustration that I heard on the ground in 2024 from the Democratic Party. I think Vice President Harris was put in a nearly impossible situation. I think that she did an incredible job with the 100 days or so that she had to mount a campaign. But I also heard from voters who said that they really wanted to have a primary, that if President Biden was not going to seek the re-election or was unable to, that voters should decide. So I'm excited about having a primary that is going to give Michiganders the option, the ability to look at multiple candidates, look at their platforms, look at their approach. My sense in this moment, to answer the second half of your question, is that this is going to be an election decided less by where a candidate falls in the political spectrum, whether they are progressive, moderate, or somewhere in between, and more about what their approach is. And that is where I think I fit. I have been a very pragmatic legislator here in the Michigan Senate. I came into office flipping a Republican district in 2018. My predecessor had won by 14 points. I beat him by 4. So we swung a district almost 20 points in the first cycle. And I did that by appealing to a lot of voters across Oakland County who saw me and they said, you remind me a lot of my daughter who left and went to Chicago or New York or Denver. Why are you in Michigan? And what can we do to bring my kids back? And that is a value that I think is universal, that Michigan should be a place of opportunity and family, and that this should be a place where people want to stay, invest, start a family, buy a house. And that is the approach that I'm taking into this election, that I feel like this is less about relitigating maybe a 2016 political fight where, it's the Bernie wing versus the Hillary wing, and people are looking for somebody who stands up and communicates and believes that we have a future after the Trump presidency, knows how to articulate what that is, and shows that they're willing to fight for Michiganders.
All right, Mallory, we appreciate you joining us. Mallory McMorrow is a Democratic state senator in Michigan and, of course, is candidate for the Senate seat in Michigan as well. Thank you for being here on Balance of Power. And, of course, we still have more coming up in the second hour, getting back to some of those very ideas we were just hearing from her about, specifically around trade.
That's right.
Whether or not we're making progress with China when it comes to a path, or at least an off-ramp to tariff reduction.
Absolutely. Mikey Sherrill's going to join us, the Congresswoman from New Jersey, who's also...
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gel. It's a dual-purpose product. I also have it in a dispenser form. You use it the same way. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on an abrasion, a cut, or a minor burn, and it'll help to heal it. You can use it as a aftershave. If you're not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostril. They'll stay active for 5.5 hours. If you are around someone that's not feeling well, do the same thing. So this is a dual purpose product. Make sure that you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gels. It's a dual purpose product. It's very high quality. Now, another stack to take a look at is resveratrol with clarity factor. Now let's talk about resveratrol really quick. Resveratrol is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It helps the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more energy. It helps with youthful gene expression, and it will help to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Cells that are in senescence build up toxins and chemicals and garbage. You want to get rid of those, all right? So resveratrol helps with that. Resveratrol will also help with your skin. It'll help the basal layer, and it will help with your neurons. So take resveratrol every day. It stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, and clarity factor. Now let's talk about clarity factor. Clarity factor will help you get rid of that brain fog. It'll help to support memory. And when you have your neurons firing on a regular basis, and you're focused and you're learning new things, what will happen is you'll have this positive neuroplasticity. That means that you'll be able to think faster, you'll have better memory, and consolidation of memory, and that your cognitive function will improve and you'll be able to concentrate. So taking clarity factor every day is really important if you're in school or if you're working or even if you are retired. And it stacks well with resveratrol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the clarity factor in the resveratrol. You can take them separately if you want, but like I said, stacking helps with the supplementation. And it's a holistic approach. Proper diet, proper exercise, drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, do the 4 modalities of exercise, resistance training, balancing, stretching, cardio. Those are all important. Proper sleep, mindfulness, all these things are very important holistically for your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the resveratrol and get the clarity factor. Use discount 5 and get $5 off.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Jobs Day edition with news from China putting more gas on the fire on Wall Street. Thanks for joining us live from Washington. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. Remarkable to see the markets making up for ground lost since President Trump's Liberation Day, Kaylee, without much news to base it on. Yeah, we got strong jobs data today. There are some concerns about a slowdown. It was the news from Beijing and a headline from the Wall Street Journal having to do with fentanyl that really seemed to get things moving.
Yeah, essentially the Chinese authorities are trying to understand, or at least looking at, what exactly the U.S. would like to see in terms of changes to the chemical ingredients that China may expect go into fentanyl, maybe trying to address that 20% tariff related to fentanyl. Of course, there's the other 125% tariff to contend with as well that is more structural trade issues. But the Chinese Commerce Ministry did say overnight that they're evaluating whether or not to begin talks with the U.S. And perhaps that evaluation is enough to juice risk appetite. We could be looking at the longest winning streak if we indeed close up today. This is going back to 2004 on the S&P 500.
20 years. Who would have thought we'd be having headlines like this today? But look, we'll let you know as we learn more. The fact of the matter is there's still great uncertainty when it comes to the tariff policy. This could, however, provide an off-ramp or maybe the beginning of talks with this White House, which is exactly what this market wants to see.
Yeah, keeping in mind that it was earlier this week that President Trump referred to this market as still being Biden's stock market. I wonder if that thinking still holds today in the face of a better than expected jobs report that our colleague Anna Long at Bloomberg Economics actually predicted. She was on the upside here and was close to the ultimate figure. We'll check in with her as well as Catherine Edwards. Plus, we have to talk to Mick Mulvaney. It's been a while.
That's been a long time.
Freedom Caucus founder, former acting White House chief of staff. We got to get into all things reconciliation with him too.
Trump whisperer before our conversation. From the other side of the aisle, Mikey Sherrill, Congresswoman from New Jersey, who's running for governor, will join us later this hour as well.
So we've got a lot ahead, but we begin, as always, with a check on these markets and this winning streak we are seeing. Charlie Pellet, day 9.
Indeed, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Lots of moving parts today. Yes, it is Jobs Friday, but also, as you guys mentioned, the big headline coming in the 11 o'clock hour, New York time. China says it is assessing the possibility of trade talks with the U.S. Key because it's the first sign since President Trump hiked tariffs last month that negotiations could begin again between the two sides. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ up 86 right now. 56.90 up by 1.5%. The Dow up 592 up by just about 1.5%. Nasdaq is surging 302 points up 1.7%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up now by 1.8%. 10-year 4.32% of the 2-year 3.83%. And gold down $13 the ounce, $32.25. That is a drop of 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil also retreating today, down 2.2%, $57.92 on WTI. Bitcoin higher by 0.9%, 97,332. Bottom line here, U.S. stocks on track for another winning week. Also, the 9th day of gains for the S&P 500 index. Earnings news: Apple shares are lower on a day when the rest of the market is ripping higher. We got Apple down now by just about 3.9%. The other big report last night was Amazon. Amazon shares are up by 0.6% after earnings. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington for the Friday edition. Once again, your hosts Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. The Jobs Friday edition and a Jobs Friday market that we are all experiencing, as Charlie was just running us through, because it was indeed a hot payrolls print we got today. Actually, one that our economists here at Bloomberg Economics might have predicted. They thought this was going to come in higher than the consensus call. And indeed, 177,000 job additions in the month of March is what we got, something the White House is touting. Stephen Myron, who chairs The Council of Economic Advisors over there joined Bloomberg earlier today.
There's been an ongoing disconnect between the hard data and the soft data, and the hard data continues to perform very well. 177,000 jobs last month, a beat of 40,000 jobs. That's the president's second jobs day beat in a row. And on top of that, you've got 11,000 construction jobs, expanding construction sector in spite of the president's crackdown on the border.
So there you have it. Non-farm payrolls increasing by 177,000 last month, and nobody came closer than Anna Wong, who joins us right now, Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist. Anna, it's great to see you. The headlines all seem to read the same: hotter than expected despite uncertainty over tariffs. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, so we basically predicted this, right? But I also said in our preview that this would be the last solid print before we're about to have two very weak print. And even the solid print surprised me in some details on how weak certain things are. So I'll tell you, Joe, the thing that surprised me was that the gains in professional and businesses sector, which is what we expected, actually largely came from employment services. So basically, employment services are the people who are helping temp agencies, helping people who are jobless to get temp jobs. So essentially, the support to payrolls print today is due to an increase in demand of jobs of helping jobless people.
Okay, well, that is definitely important to consider as we look at the kind of breakdown here. There's also the fact that manufacturing was not seeing job expansion. Instead, those jobs went down by about 1,000 last month. What does that signal, Anna? Because we've talked about how it's manufacturers that actually felt the effects of these tariffs. Largely first.
Yes, and so any economic models would predict that the indicators that would be showing the earliest evidence of the impact of tariff would be ISM manufacturing, and we did see it today. I mean, this week that in the survey it indicates that firms are resorting to layoffs now. So that's why we have seen a negative change in payrolls today for manufacturing sectors. In the coming two payrolls report, we're expecting a significant slowdown in logistics and trade sector. And usually, basically, in May and in June and July, you're supposed to see a bustling of activity in the ports because firms are very busy getting the shipments off the boats, transporting those goods that are about to stock up the shelf at Home Depot for ahead of Halloween, for and Target for getting back to school. All those are supposed to be arriving at the ports in May and June, and we are not going to see that because of the disruption we're already seeing. There are only 35 ships leaving China for U.S. as of 2 days ago. Nothing to change that. Even if there's a 100% pivot in tariff today, we are still not going to see the goods in the ports in the first 2 weeks of May.
Fascinating. We heard from Elon Musk this week talking about the efforts of the Doge, the accomplishments of the Doge. Of course, the original intention was to find $2 trillion in cuts. They got to $160 billion, he said. Also put a number on job cuts. 1% of the federal workforce, 20,000 people. Does a number like that have an impact in the jobs data, or is that much smaller than some people expected and it's a blip on the radar?
Yeah, so 150 billion, if we take that number at face value, is basically where our baseline was. Even I remember Scott Bessent 2 months ago when he did an interview with Bloomberg here with Saleha, our reporter Saleha, he said that it would be already a cherry on a cake to have 200 billion cut. So that is something. And also, in terms of the reduction in federal workforce, Joe, remember that the key piece is actually the hiring freeze. Every year, about 120,000 to 150,000 federal workers retire or just naturally go through attrition. And so by not refilling replacing those jobs, you're actually slowly downsizing the federal government workforce. And by 2028, at the end of this Trump administration, the federal workforce would be maybe at least 6 to 10% smaller than when it began.
Well, of course, we have a long way to go until we get to 2028.
Yes, indeed.
just judging by how 2025 has gone so far, probably it's going to feel like a lot more than just 4 years. Anna, finally on the data today, when we consider that we actually had cooler wage growth than expected, knowing we've had this ongoing conversation about, oh, what's going to happen if the Fed is faced with both inflationary and growth risk at the same time? What do they do? Does that actually suggest that some of those inflationary pressures you might be worried about are not present, at least right now?
Yeah, so keep in mind that our team has been saying that the core PCE inflation would not be as high as what the consensus is saying and what the Fed is projecting, because precisely for that reason, Kaylee, we think that the service sector, which is more important for the U.S. economy, it accounts for about 70% of CBI basket, that part of the economy is going to soften, and as a result, the disinflationary pressure from the services will offset some of the goods price inflation that we might be seeing. So on net, we just don't think that this the tariff shock will ultimately lead to a 3.5 to 4.0 core PCE inflation that internal Fed forecast might be showing.
All right, of course, we'll be hearing from the Fed on Wednesday. I wonder how that data will factor into the fact that they're very likely to not do anything with rates next week. Anna Long of Bloomberg Economics joining us on this Jobs Day. Thank you so much. And we want to continue the conversation now as we turn to Catherine Edwards, who's an economic policy consultant and a contributor to Bloomberg Opinion, here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Catherine, welcome back. I wonder your reading of the jobs report today, knowing we've been talking to you for months now about concern you have around what could be a deterioration in the labor market. Doesn't look like we're seeing that much evidence of it yet.
No, I would call this a muted, if not boring, jobs report. I mean, we're all looking through it with a fine-tooth comb, but there's really not that much there. And I think it's expected, given the timing of the bigger tariff announcements. The data is collected just in the second week of the month, so it would have been pretty radical for the tariffs to have affected the labor market so quickly and so intangibly. The way that the mechanisms of a tariff affecting the labor market are pretty well understood, but they don't happen as fast as a week and a half from an announcement.
So what's your trajectory then for the job market? We just got a GDP showing contraction in the first quarter. We're seeing recession odds go up. Some suggest we're in a recession already. Once we work through the next couple of months, the impact of tariff uncertainty, the federal worker layoffs that we were just discussing with Anna, and a broader slowdown economically means what for this job market?
You know, I went through the beige book that was reported in April to hear what the Federal Reserve regional branches are hearing from employers in their districts. And you'll see kind of throughout the reports, not starting layoffs, but making preparation for reductions in headcount. Right? They have not felt the need to cut their jobs, but they are preparing for a headcount reduction. And this definitely dovetails with what we are seeing in consumer sentiment. Now, it's very easy for people to kind of dismiss consumer sentiment of like, this is just the histrionics of people, it's driven by politics, but there's really good economic research behind the tangible aspect of consumer sentiment is people who have information that has not manifested in the economy yet. So this would be something like your boss tells you your job's going to end in June. You still have a job, but you know something bad is coming. Or they tell you, if more ships don't leave China and these ports aren't busy, all of you are furloughed by May. Or by the end of May, right? There is a sense in which consumer sentiment reflects information that people have about where the economy is going, and this is why it can take kind of leading up to and is considered a leading recession indicator. I think that those two things combined, they're worrisome, and we still haven't seen an uptick in hiring. We still haven't seen employers really expanding payrolls to a great degree. And one thing that Anna didn't mention is that about a third of job growth entirely this year comes from the health sector, which is not a reflection of economic activity.
Well, that's a good point. Sure. When you were referring to the idea that ships aren't necessarily going to be coming in from China, we heard from President Trump when he was at the meeting of his cabinet earlier this week talking about dolls, that maybe children will only have $2 instead of 30, and maybe those dolls will cost a few dollars more. And I wonder if you see that as recognition of an economic reality on the part of President Trump that to this point he has seemed reluctant to adopt or acknowledge.
I mean, I think that this is another flip-flop from someone who changes his mind all the time. Remember that we had in January and February kind of dismissive concerns that economic pain was necessary. And then we had, following in March and April that the Fed just needs to cooperate with him. And so now we're not going to have pain, but we will have fewer dolls. I think it's just a lack of consistency that we've seen top to bottom with these tariffs. Think about what was put on a placard in the Rose Garden that didn't apply even in 2 weeks. Or how deliberate were the numbers that went up on a placard in the Rose Garden that the internet tore apart really in under an hour, that it wasn't really reflective of actual economic realities or the relationships we have in terms of trade with other countries. So I think there is a part of economic uncertainty that is hard to place that comes from a distrust of leadership. So we can negotiate trade agreements, we can get things back on board, but I don't know how many businesses think that there is going to be consistent economic policy or messaging coming from the White House.
Did Donald Trump just recognize reality, though, Catherine? What will this mean when it comes to back to school shopping? This is going to be a massive story late summer going into fall. And then there's going to be the story about Christmas being canceled, right? Is there any way to turn this around?
Of course, you should never give up on the U.S. economy, and you should never give up on good policy being able to make a difference. I think that many people are scared, and I know that the stock market is on a winning streak, and that's great. But the terror that is inflicted on savers when they see their 401k take a nosedive, that doesn't bounce back as much as the S&P does within a couple of weeks. There is a real fear and vulnerability that goes into consumer thinking. And if you hear from your boss, we might have to do layoffs in the summer, and you look at your 401k balance at the wrong week in April and you get scared about the future, you're not going to spend money the same way. It's possible to turn mood and sentiment around, but telling people fewer dolls is in their future is probably not the way to do it.
Well, and if we consider what the implication of a slowdown in consumption would be, knowing that consumers are the engine of the U.S. economy, Catherine, that's where all of this kind of recessionary talk comes in. Even the president has said he thinks that there could be an economic slowdown if the Fed does not cut rates in time. A repeated suggestion that the Fed risks being too late here, as they have in the president's mind been in the past. And I wonder if you actually think there is some truth to that notion that the Fed is likely to be late to react just by the function of monetary policy and the lag with which it works.
The Fed, doesn't serve one master but the U.S. economy. And they've got to act within the stewardship of the U.S. economy, providing stability and certainty going forward. And, if the president says jump and Powell says how high, that is even worst case scenario than a recession. And that's a permanent hit to our economy and stability. So we have to trust the Fed to put all of the data on the table and have a broad-based decision making that isn't just about, intervening during a time of uncertainty. And, frankly, what the U.S. economy needs is stability and certainty. And so I think that this is what has made the tariff rollout so doubly dangerous, because as you mentioned, Kaylee, there's a certain degree to which recessions become self-fulfilling, that as people get more scared, they pull back on spending, that declines economic activity because they're the engine of economic growth, and that accelerates a decline, as we're rolling down the hill. And so I think Powell being stayed here is really the antidote for a lot of people's fears, to the extent that they, pay attention as much as understanding the Fed's role in the economy, which could be a leap for a lot of people. But, I think as people like us who are in deep on following what is going on in the details of the economy, it is nice to see Powell putting data in the economy first.
It's great to have you back, Catherine. Economic policy consultant, Bloomberg opinion contributor Catherine Edwards with her view on the economy, just days away from the next Fed meeting. He's got his work cut out for him next week. Kaylee, Jay Powell's going to face questions about tariffs and Trump, and you wonder if he brings any nuances that we haven't heard yet to this conversation.
Yeah, of course, we've already heard repeatedly from him. The Fed operates independently.
Yeah.
That independence is protected by law. They feel that they have the flexibility here.
If the Federal Reserve lowers rates too early, it's going to be inflationary. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the NAD Plus supplement. This will boost up your NAD Plus levels. That will boost up your energy. That will help to repair DNA damage and also protect your neurons. Very important to take once you turn 40 years of age or older. Now, ubiquinol. This is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. Most people take the wrong form of CoQ10. It's this is what you want to take, all right? So please go to my store and get the ubiquinol. It's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria, so it's going to boost up energy levels, and it protects your neurons. Very important to take once you turn age 40. So if you're older than 40 years of age, you should be taking ubiquinol and NAD plus supplements. Take them together to get that that neuroprotection. Stacks really well with C60, resveratrol, and clarity factor. Now let's talk about C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant, 1,000 times stronger than vitamin C. Vitamin C, if it soaks up a free radical, that's it. It can only soak up one free radical per molecule. This can soak up hundreds, if not 1,000 free radicals, neutralize them per molecule. That's why it's so potent. I've been taking this since 2016. It slows down the aging process. How does it work? It soaks up free radicals, reduces stress at the cellular level and at the tissue level. That means your organ systems, your endocrine system, your neurons, your bodily systems will perform better. In addition, by soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease. You know why? By soaking up free radicals, you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL. And when you reduce the chances of oxidized LDL, you reduce the chances of plaque formation. So you get lots of benefits by taking C60. Take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach, for best absorption. You have to take C60 in a lipid form. That's why I sell this in an oil. So C60 is in an oil. You can get it in avocado oil, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. Take a teaspoon a day. If you're working out, take it before your workout so you're soaking up the free radicals, and you're also going to notice that you're recovering quicker from your workout. You do this every day, teaspoon a day, and you're going to be improving your energy levels and helping your organ systems, and they will perform better. And over time, you're going to notice that you're aging slower. Your body is going to be performing better. Your immune system is going to be performing better. Your endocrine system, your brain function, all these things are going to be performing better. And you get this compound effect. So a great way to prove what I'm saying is just that if you haven't been taking it already, go to your doctor and get blood work, all right? And if you're of 50 years of age or older and you haven't yet, get a calcium screening and get some biometrics on your body. And that will be your data point where you start the protocol. And you start taking these supplements and taking C60, and in 6 months, go back and get your blood work. Or a year later, get your blood work, and you'll notice that your bodily systems are performing better, all right, based on the data, all right? But it works better when you stack it with stuff like I've been talking about. But taking C60 is going to slow down the aging process, and you're going to see the benefits over time. The 6 month mark and at the 1 year mark, you're going to look younger. Because your body is healing and you're reducing that oxidative load on your body. Now, when you couple that with a holistic approach, proper supplementation, proper diet, staying away from processed foods, drinking filtered water, doing exercising, of the 4 modalities, cardio, resistance training, balancing, and stretching exercises on a daily basis, mindfulness, some spirituality or mindfulness or meditation to get your body into parasympathetic mode, proper sleep, getting those 3 cycles of REM sleep, learning new things, getting that positive neuroplasticity going. Those are all very beneficial and holistic approaches to slowing down the aging process. Proper supplementation and stacking with a change of lifestyle. And when you do that, you are going to slow down the aging process. Will you be a 2-year-old? Let's say if you're 40 years old, are you going to be a 2-year-old biologically? No. But you're slowing down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60 and stack it with the other stuff that I've been telling you. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. If you get the higher ounce configuration, it is cheaper for you per ounce. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 on any order and get $5 off. That's the end of my transmission. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work that I do. I'm teaching you on how to make money in the market, but also how to improve your health at the same time. And I'm doing that for free. All these videos I do are for free. Go to my store, get the products, get healthy. I want 2025 you to get healthy. The way to reduce the cost of healthcare in the United States is to take an individualistic approach. The two biggest chronic diseases in the United States, diabetes, heart disease. And I just told you how to solve it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for listening. I'll do another transmission. I appreciate the ones that have been watching on Rumble, the ones that have been watching the live streams on my website under Broadcast Live, and the simulcast on X Spaces and on YouTube. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Have a good weekend.